Coming to you live from deep within an icy, radioactive wasteland, we are the survivors of the social justice zombie apocalypse. The few, the brave, the bitchy, once more wading into battle against the zombie hordes with Rantzerker number 28, British Bullshit Collective. Yet again. Once again. One more time.
More.
Continued.
Yeah, more.
The sequel.
M-O-A-R, more.
More of it.
More
Please.
Okay.
I can't promise we'll get it done now, but we promise we'll get it done now. Take one of those as your answer, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I want to apologize for the lateness of the show. This time it was again my fault, almost entirely. Karen is busy getting her drain snaked today. Sort of the the odyssey of the drain snakeage.
It was at 10 last night that we discovered that our house was not draining. And that when we unplugged the bathtub, it just would come up in the toilet. And so yeah, we phoned and they weren't able to come last night, but they came about 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning and rooted our frickin' drains. And now I'm wanting to chop down 2 of my neighbor's trees because they're the culprits. And maybe I'll just pour bleach on their roots until they die. Maybe I'll do that. But
remember, you have to put it in its own tab.
Yes. No, I don't have to. See, look.
I'm pretty sure that makes it all letterboxy.
No, it doesn't. It's fine. It's good enough, damn it. I'm not putting it in its own window. I'm not going to do it.
All right. Okay. And
I wish that was letterboxy. If letterboxes could be more like that shape, like higher rather than narrow, that would be awesome.
Okay. So I'm sharing with everybody.
I like that we do this instead of brief intros. Karen talks about plumbing and I talk about my shitty day with letterboxes. You know who we are.
yeah, pretty much by now. Is this where we left off?
On the bright side, we discovered that the roots that are giving us most of the problem, okay, are about 30 feet away from the access. So I have a 40-foot snake. So next time I'm not going to have to pay $300 fucking to get them to come in and unblock it. I'll be able to at least get the water flowing again myself. So.
Alrighty. Congratulations on your 40-foot snake.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. I should have bought the one that fits onto a drill. I really should have, because the one that I bought has a hand crank, and if anybody's ever freaking done that, you'll know your arm gets really fucking tired. It's like excruciating.
I have ridden the mighty moonworm.
Okay, yeah, all right. Shh. Let's give people a bit of a background. So, in our previous 2 fucking episodes on this, we managed to get to 22 minutes and 44 seconds of the BBC documentary on the Manosphere with Reggie Yates.
Well, no, we got all the way to 3709, where
but in the second episode is when we got to 3709, where we're now joined by Miss Perry or Penny.
Lori Penny.
The ads have moved. Penny. The ads are in a different place. They do move. They do move in herds.
They're sentient. They have their own consciousness. Oh, and if you guys were wondering what I was doing to make us all late, I was constructing. I was publishing a new, maybe I shouldn't reveal that.
She was infiltrating my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I was infiltrating.
While I was monitoring these guys who came into my house to snake my drain.
Yeah, so essentially what we have, I might as well announce it. We have these in your honor cards, which you can get if you do a donation of about $35, one-time donation of $35, or an ongoing subscription of $5 a month at feedthebadger.com. And what they are is you can get these cards and you can say, I'd like to do this in honor of Anita Sarkeesian, and recognition of how much interest she's driven to the men's rights movement and how much, commitment she's created among people to oppose her. So if you feel like doing that, you could do that. You could get one of those cards and commemorate contributing to Honey Badger Brigade. I know a lot of people have been asking for different ways to contribute that isn't just patrons. So if you go to feedthebadger.com, you can go monthly. You can go just one time if you just want to do it one time.
Yeah,
Or
and I mean, you can also be like nice and just donate in honor of somebody that you care about who's going through, problems and difficulties. But you can also spitefully and nastily donate in honor of Big Red. So,
yeah,
uh,
there you go. So that's why I'm late, and that's my little spiel. And shall we get started?
we shall. Okay, so
God, so
Yeah, that was last week.
is that a picture? That's actually they found a picture of you and pasted it onto that image.
oh, this reminds me of that Girl Hates What Tumblr blog that somebody set up in my honor, and they took a image of me, a very, very unflattering one from a video, like a freeze frame of a video, not a picture that I had uploaded of myself, and they photoshopped it into one of those 1960s ads, with the woman in the pearls and an apron presenting a casserole to her pipe smoking husband, except they also photoshopped like a black eye and a bloody nose on me. And yeah, so
Yeah,
Also,
photoshopped into pod. That happened to Thunderfoot years ago. Photoshopped into pod is so 2010.
yeah.
you mean that your haters didn't bother to actually put any effort into it?
Not really, but
I mean, Laurie's haters. I mean,
Oh,
if she's just photoshopping her into porn, like what the hell?
who
I mean,
was
that's F for effort, friends.
somebody else? It was like a friendly, but he thought he figured he'd do something funny. He actually photoshopped really, really crudely my head and Dean Esme's head onto a pair of mating gorillas, and like an actual like video footage of mating gorillas, and said that this was proof that I'm actually just Dean Esme's bitch or something like that. Absolute 100% uncontrovertible proof that Karen is just Dean Esme's bitch. And I thought it was quite hilarious. So did Dean. And then, we did that too. We photoshopped my face.
No, you can't prove it was me.
Yeah, no, you did it. You cut, and it was like so ridiculously poorly done. My face with that. It's the picture that I wish everybody would forget existed, because it's me doing like this really fake smile for the camera, like, oh yeah, this is just great.
Oh, it's the
Smile.
Vice photo. The photo the Vice people took. It's wondrously horrible.
Yeah, no, it was like awful, but like on the head of some guy that Milo Yiannopoulos took to bed after the bomb threat in DC.
I would never do such a thing.
Yeah, no, he totally he had uploaded a photo of that, and you scooped that photo, and then you put my head on that guy's head, and you were like, if we send her to Miami, there's no telling what will happen, or something like that. And yeah, so I mean, like, it's not as if like the photoshopping is always mean or always bad, and it's certainly not like it only happens to feminists.
And yeah, I mean, but it's like the photoshopping is so low effort. Like
Yeah.
that photo that I totally didn't do. I mean, it only took like a few minutes.
Mhm.
If you really want to show your commitment, it has to be drawings, and it has to be well done drawings, like the clop we've received
Yeah.
of Karen being seduced by Mr. Tentacles as a pony.
Oh,
Yeah, you've seen that.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's well done, well executed anyway.
Yeah. No. I was quite flattered.
Yeah, and I recently received the Rule 34 with me and Mike.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't shared
Only
that one yet.
recently?
Yes, what?
That's
Yeah, it was
the
recent.
entire category of Rule 34, darling.
That was like in, is it a bad category for Rule 34? It was our animal avatars though. So
I didn't say it was bad. I said it's an entire category.
Oh, I see.
Like honestly, and I have that the one button that I took away from Calgary Expo from the booth was the one with the badger having some sexy times with a mushroom. and that's on the lapel of my winter coat. And I have people saying, I really want to ask you what that button is all about, right? And I'm like, oh, this is just a badger having some fun with a mushroom. Like, what's the? It's just, yeah,
It's self-explanatory.
yeah. It's just like, don't
Oh,
do that.
Do you even internet, bro? It's the badger mushroom thing.
Mm-hmm.
From like
yeah,
50 years ago.
with a
Get
twist.
with some of the times, won't y'all?
Yeah, okay, all right. But you know what? You could also get an in your honor card to honor. Okay, I'm gonna fuck up her name.
Lori Penny.
Lori Penny. That's so obvious. It's impossible to remember.
Lori
Penny.
Penny.
I'm
Lori.
pretty sure we did Penny, didn't we?
Hmm?
I recall doing Penny. No, that was Jenny. Oh, all right. Okay, I'm gonna stop vomiting my confusion all over the both of you. Let's get this on the road.
Why are you specifically being targeted?
Well, it's not me specifically. It's every woman who writes about feminism on the internet to some extent. I'm absolutely not the only one. The intention.
I know the people who write in opposition to feminism.
You know, I noticed that there's another group that's being targeted. I think it's by Anonymous. Isn't Anonymous revealing all of the doxing Stormfront or something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're being targeted. I don't know why Reggie isn't. Because you can say that. You can say people are being targeted because people are having an opinion on their opinion on the internet. Even if it's feisty, even if they're being called a cunt. That's not what's happening. She's a public figure and people are having an opinion about her on the internet.
Yeah.
Does she have a target? I mean, or is this the only way you're looking at it? She is in the targets, and the bad men, don't have any targets on them. They're the only ones that's seeing any targets. Like everyone's targeting everyone, Reggie. It's called communication.
Yeah, pretty much. So, all right, moving on.
Is to silence people and shut them down. I think it's very ironic that
it's the goal is to silence people and shut them down. Okay. Here, Lori, I'm going to give you some advice on how to deal with that. Don't shut up. Don't shut yourself down. Keep talking about what you want to talk about, and stop talking about how upset this shit makes you, right? Because they're doing it to upset you, right? So when you let them know that you're upset by it, right, and that it's possible to shut you up and shut you down by doing it, then these people are just going to do it more. They're like, oh, success, right? Okay, now you seem to be in that stage where you haven't figured out that, oh, we tried the same thing 100 times and it didn't work. Let's try it again, right? Let's complain about how upset this makes me. Let's complain about how terrified it makes me. Let's complain about how it intimidates me and makes me want to be quiet and makes me want to not share my opinion. Let's talk about that some more and see if it works this time. Like, no, it's not going to work.
Well, eventually it will, because what will happen is they'll make it illegal. And then in order to make sure that Lori Penny isn't intimidated by trolls or randoms or people who just don't like what she has to say, they'll make it illegal. So everybody else can be intimidated into silence.
Yeah. I know. Isn't that strange? But intimidated by actual people with actual guns who have the actual authority to kidnap you, right, and illegally restrain you and all of that. But, it won't be kidnapping or illegal restraint anymore because it will be authorized by the law.
Oh, that's great. Great, Laurie.
Appreciate it.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Laurie, my advice, you take, that thing, Laurie, that really dirty secret thing that gets you off, that you don't want anyone to know about, that horrible, dirty, sexy secret you have. Imagine, right, that suddenly the whole world knew about it, yeah? Just for whatever reason, hypothetically, suddenly, for whatever philosophical reason, the whole world now knows about that thing. You have two choices. Either you can climb up and go, oh my god, this is the worst day of my life, and then run to your room and cry, or you can go, yeah, I'm into that shit. It gets me off. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, amazing.
Feel with it.
Did that?
Yeah, that's your moment of zen, Laurie. If you can tell yourself, yes, that's what I would do. I would own it. Take that moment of zen, Laurie, and go on the internet with it.
Yeah, no, amazing atheist, banana up his ass, and he was just like, no, and he still jokes about it. Still about bananas and his banana, and so I mean, honestly, just the whole point, the whole way you avoid so much of this nastiness is to just be shameless and to just say, you know what, it doesn't fucking bother me.
Let it all hang out.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
These men's rights activists claim that they feel silenced when they are organizing to silence women.
No. The people who are organizing to petition the U.S. government to declare men's rights activists a terrorist group, those are the people organizing to silence people, right? Random fucking people who send you a picture of your face photoshopped onto a porn scene are not acting in a concerted, organized effort to, maybe the odd DDoS attack or whatever, right? That is an organized effort, right? Or the thing that brought down that Occidental College anonymous rape reporting form, online form, right? Was a coordinated effort. That was like somebody on men's rights subreddit saying we should actually just flood this thing with obviously false reports, right? And some of the reports, one of them was like, I was raped the other day by a woman named Fatty McFatfat, right? Obviously false, right? Not trying to get anybody into trouble, but trying to demonstrate that that kind of system can be abused. That kind of system it doesn't require any due diligence on anyone's part. Anybody can just send in anything and get anybody else into trouble, right? And so you're looking at organized systems, right? Women Action and Media partnering with Facebook and Twitter in order to organize to flag accounts down. That's not organizing to silence anybody, but some random fucking douchebag who sends you, I hope you get raped in a comment under one of your articles, right? That's a whole bunch of men's rights activists organizing, and you can't even you're not even showing who it is. You're not even showing any of it so that anybody could see whether these usernames are actually people who are heavily involved in the men's rights movement, or whether they're just some random fucking people who are sending you nasty shit because they think it's funny.
The irony abounds. Because she's proposing. What she's proposing is to take away people's freedom of speech on the internet, because people are taking away her freedom of speech by replying to her, on even sending her nasty shit. Doesn't matter. That is the cost of freedom of speech. Yeah. And the only reason why you're proposing to take other people's freedom of speech away is because you already have a pulpit.
Yeah,
you don't need internet. You don't need the internet to be heard, because you already have a fucking pulpit, and you're using it right now. As Ridgie sympathetically listens to you describe yourself in terms of being a victim, in terms of playing that social role that he actually needs you to play as a man, so he can worm and worst whenever he feels like he might have a vulnerability. Yeah. I know. I snaked the drain with that one, but
Well, I mean, it's honestly, it's like she gets speaking engagements. She gets paid for speaking engagements. I seem to remember a SmackDown that she received by an elderly man. I forget who it was, in a sort of a panel discussion where he said, okay, well, the whole reason why that particular event was canceled was because they couldn't afford your speaking fee. Laurie.
But all anyone remembers is how aggressive he was with his finger. Oh, that poor girl. He got so aggressive with his finger.
So you have a pulpit. You have a pulpit whether there's an internet or not. And not only that, you have the sympathy of the public, obviously.
And you are silencing others.
Yeah.
And you know what? Your little girl tears about, oh my God, someone photoshopped me on porn. And I noticed that you keep that around as like a fucking souvenir or a treasure of your past. You know, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse for you to silence the rabble as you stand up on the pulpit and spew poison about a group of people who did nothing to you as a group. Individuals may have, but as a group, men have done nothing to you, Laurie Penny.
Yeah,
nothing.
not even men's rights activists.
Not even men's rights activists.
And it's very telling when you decide to blame the entire manosphere on the human rights activists. It's telling of what it is in this world that you really don't like, Laurie.
It's not the pickup artist. She's not blaming pickup artists. She's blaming men's rights activists. She's not blaming MGTOW. She's blaming men's rights activists.
It's those pesky men's rights we don't like. Yeah, we don't hate men. We just hate their rights. Well, we don't hate men's rights. We just hate men's rights advocates. Yeah, remind you of anyone else? Everywhere else in the fucking world?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they have some issues, but the moment that they actually, talk about them and and describe them as systemic or institutionalized in any way, that's where we have a problem.
What a surprise she's getting a sympathetic hearing from a man who he almost, like Reggie, almost got there. He almost, when he was talking to Josh, he almost got to the point of actually feeling a vulnerability as a man. Almost. Yeah. But then he snapped to it and he's like, whoa, that's woman's work.
Much worse.
Yeah, women have it much worse. And no wonder she's getting a sympathetic telling or a sympathetic hearing from a guy who requires her to be a victim. So he doesn't have to view his own vulnerabilities. So he can just skate past them.
There you go. All right. Banana.
What is it that's motivating these men to do this? I mean, what is the problem that they have that is manifesting itself in sending these images, do you think?
There is a lot of genuine frustration behind the men's rights activist movement, and I understand the emotions that are behind that sense of powerlessness and a feeling of loss of power.
Banana! First of all, I don't think she does. Let's see what she says.
No, she's gonna frame it as men have been privileged for so long that having their privileges taken away feels like powerlessness. That's how she's gonna frame it, right? It's not that men lack power, that men actually lack power. It's not that men have actual problems that are institutionally and promoted and perpetuated. It's not that they're actually at a disadvantage. It's just that they feel at a disadvantage compared to the greater privilege they had in the 1950s and 60s.
All right. Can I point something out? Men may feel, what she's essentially saying is men may feel powerless,
but they're not.
But it's only because they have had power in the past. And you notice how it's always redirecting towards men having power.
Yeah.
And not being helpless, not being vulnerable. She's always redirecting that. And she doesn't realize that she's essentially a mouthpiece for that dynamic.
Yeah, no, but I this is my prediction is how she's going to frame it.
Let's do it.
Frustration and why men feel powerless, blah, blah, blah.
And we'll eat our hats if she doesn't.
Shh.
Whilst feelings are valid, it's what you do with those feelings that makes the decision about who you are as a human being.
Okay, she didn't go there. I'm amazed.
So it's your interpretation of feelings that arbitrates what is and isn't a human. Is that roughly what I'm getting here?
Well, that is actually a little sinister.
No, she actually said it's what you do with those feelings, right? So I think she's saying that it's if these men would actually engage their emotions toward positive things, right, rather than negative things like sending mean things to her on the internet, then that would be better. And
if we advocate for men's rights, is that a positive thing towards men, or will you have some kind of problem with that?
Well,
considering that she's saying that men's rights activists are the people who are what she's concerned with, I would say that the answer would be no. I'm actually eating my hat, because I thought with Karen that she would totally go with men are just experiencing the loss of power from previous generations, but she didn't. She said all those feelings of powerlessness are valid, but I get to judge, and this is what I'm getting, I get to judge what you do with those feelings. And I'm assuming that Laurie Penny doesn't think that advocacy for men's issues, demanding that men get equal, or at least, at least commiserate to whatever the feminists think they are proportion of rape victims and domestic violence services, that probably is not within the purview of positive processing of the feelings of disenfranchisement.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think that I can understand her wanting to be able to do her thing without having anybody angrily lashing out at her. But it really comes down to a conflict of vision, a conflict of worldview, where she thinks that the things that she does and the things that she talks about as far as men and women she thinks that it's completely consistent with a worldview that would feel compassion for men and their problems, right? She's one of those feminism helps men too kind of people, and patriarchy hurts men too kind of people. And so she does not realize that it is the completely divergent worldview, the completely divergent philosophies of the two groups, right? She's like, well, I'm just trying to help you guys, right? And the guys are saying, you're not helping us, you're hurting us, right? And so she just tries to help more, right? And this is me being very charitable with her intentions and all of this. Like if this is how she thinks, I can understand why she would feel so personally hurt by men who are sending her these things. I mean, imagine if you were trying to, help somebody and they lash out at you, right? What the problem is where her assessment of what the actual problem is, the causes, the issues, the roots of the issues, right, is completely different from what men's rights activists tend to believe, right? That she's saying, well, you just need to love God more and then the volcano won't erupt on you, right? And the men's rights activists are saying, or you people who live outside the volcano's splash pattern could maybe let us, into your little piece of land.
Or that piece of empty land.
Yeah, essentially it's a
shit. Sorry about that, Karen. It should go through pretty quick. I apologize. I jumped the gun because you started to echo. So let me just see if that'll. And now we're waiting.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It is a clash of sort of the application of causality, right? And she doesn't understand that, right? She really doesn't. Like, none of these feminists have ever. And I know you ask the question all the time, do feminists ever question whether their beliefs hurt women, right? I would ask them, have you ever asked yourself the question, could I be wrong about the causality of all this stuff?
Yeah, it bears repeating that, from the end of the last one, when he spoke to Josh O'Brien, Reggie basically questioned his beliefs. Like, why do you have these beliefs, Josh? Why aren't you afraid to have these beliefs? And this is the BBC, yeah? They take taxpayer money in order to be fair and impartial. And then when they spoke to Laurie Penny, they should have taken the same approach, but they didn't. Did they? They said, why do people question your beliefs, Laurie?
Yeah.
Why are people so hostile when they question your beliefs? You're not questioning her beliefs whatsoever, are you? Reggie?
No.
Any of you? Because her beliefs are unquestionable.
That would be mean, and she's such a little girl.
No, it's because the feminist narrative is mainstream. This is why you, like, as you travel through the first wave to the second wave to the third wave, and we think, and a lot of people think that third wave feminists are not as radical as second wave feminists, right? Well, no, it's not. The feminists have stayed the same. In fact, that the proportion of radicals has probably increased. The proportion of people holding those same beliefs and everything that the most radical second waivers held, right? It's just that the rest of society has shifted to the point where the radical feminist beliefs of the second wave are mainstream now. They're just mainstream. They're not even feminist beliefs anymore. They're just mainstream society's beliefs. Of course women were oppressed. Of course it was like really egregious and horrible and terrible that women were denied the vote for so long by those horrible evil men, right? And of course, you know, the whole idea of abortion is just a bunch of straight white men deciding what women get to do or not do with their own bodies. And of course all of this stuff, right? Because of the fact that the narrative itself has become mainstream, right? Not just mainstream feminism, but just mainstream culture, right? So Reggie, who says he's not a feminist, well, he is. He doesn't have to be a feminist anymore to hold these beliefs. The beliefs themselves are no longer strictly feminist beliefs. They're mainstream beliefs.
I would like to point out.
So why would he question? Why would he question her beliefs?
I'd like to point out that this is a really interesting sort of character arc for Reggie, because he was quite unsettled with Josh, and when he was with Josh, he almost got to the point of experiencing a realization that as a man he has a vulnerability. But now he's back with her, and she's playing the role that's required of her to be a victim. And and he's surprised that he's, you know, like I can see the comfort going back over his eyes. You know, now I'm comfortable with this. I'm comfortable with her playing the victim for me, so that I don't have to. I just find that interesting. And I'm gonna let's banana, but wait for a sec, yeah.
Banana.
So what's driving hate like this? And who are these people? In 2013, even a simple campaign to commemorate Jane Austen on a £10 note resulted in a barrage of vile abuse sent to female campaign leaders.
By a woman as well.
Yeah.
Now, that's conveniently ignored, Reggie.
Yeah,
and this has nothing the fuck to do with anything.
The only two people arrested were a man and a woman.
Nothing to do with anything that we advocate or talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. But he's going right to I guess they just hate women.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
You know,
I don't want to call myself a traditionalist, but there's something of a tradition of putting people of note on notes. And then some people came along and said, no, we want women on notes just because they're women. As though men have just been put on notes just because they're men. It's not been the case. Elizabeth Fry has been on the £5 note for ages, and no one complained about that because of her outstanding contributions to human rights and such.
yeah.
And these people came along and decided to change the national money. It affects at least the aesthetic sensibilities and the principles of 60 million people. And it's like someone going on Big Brother, and I've probably made this comparison before, but someone going on Big Brother and then complaining about all the abuse they get. Yeah, you were on Big Brother, what did you think would happen? And these people came along and changed the national money. Regardless of what the other 60 million people think. And then they're surprised that they got one or two rather salty messages.
Yeah,
You pissed off potentially 60 million people. And now you're going, why do all these men hate us so much? What, you're fucking proving everything.
What got me was the fact that, like, as you say, Elizabeth Fry, £5 note, ages, nobody batted an eye because of she was a person of note. And she didn't ride there on her vagina, but this entire campaign was about vaginas. It was about getting vaginas on the banknotes, and I seem to recall there being like public polls, you know, which woman would you want on the fucking banknote, right? You know, out of all of these women. No. Okay, now if somebody said, which black man would you want on the American $5 bill, right? There'd probably be some backlash. If you just said, you know what, we want Martin Luther King Jr. on, you know, the $5 bill or whatever, the $1 bill or whatever, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? You wouldn't get nearly the backlash because it would be about him, not about his dick, or about his big black dick, I guess. It would be about him, his accomplishments, all of that. Like the entire campaign for women on banknotes was just like any woman, if she's done something even remotely, notable, let's get her on a fucking banknote, and get this other freaking idiot who like discovered fucking gravity or whatever, get him off, and let's get Darwin off of this shit, and we'll just put Jane Austen on there because she's the best we could do, right? Or whatever, right? It was all about vagina. It was just about women. It wasn't about Jane Austen at all, other than the fact that when they did polls, people were like, oh, well, Jane Austen seems the best of the bunch.
Yeah, and I don't know why women accept this kind of also-ran treatment.
Oh, man, it's
also ran, sweetie.
Yeah, no, it's totally fucked up. Oh, yeah, no, if you have a vagina, that's an accomplishment.
Ugh. And, and I can understand the anger, too, on a psychological level, because a lot of what makes men able to handle the depredations put on them by our society, and you even admitted that to them, Reggie, you even admitted to them, is the idea that after you run this race where a certain amount of men die, certain amount of men end up homeless, certain amount of men just wash out, institutionalized drug addicts, all higher percentages than women, certain amount of men blow their brains out. After you've run this race, a few guys get to stand in the winner's circle. And you're taking that away from men. Yeah. And when you take that away from men, men start seeing the race for what it is. And they start recognizing, oh, wait, I'm running this race, and here I am, and all the other men, greater level of suicide, more drug addiction, more washing up, more being institutionalized, more being put in jail, and they start to see this, and they say, wow, and a man doesn't even end up in the winner's circle at the end. Well, what the fuck's the point of running this race? Mm-hmm. And it starts to feel, Reggie, it starts to feel like society is being a bit discriminatory or oppressive towards men. When men are forced to run the race, but they don't get the privilege of being in the winner's circle anymore because that's male oppression.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yep. No, by winning, you took an opportunity away from an equally qualified female candidate.
Or just sauntered on by the winner's circle at the end of the race.
Oh, she didn't even. She was already there. She was driven there in a limo, and her banknote, was there waiting for her. Blah blah.
It's just a psychological reality.
Mm-hmm.
When you take away the protection of seeing the men in the winner's circle, and believe me, that is no fucking compensation. In my mind, it's not a compensation. Maybe it is for men. To a certain degree. I think maybe we've blown way past the point where this is compensation, but to see that it's possible that you could end up in the winner's circle can take away a lot of the pain of running this psychotic, sadistic race to get there. Mm-hmm. And you're taking that away, and men are getting upset. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Well, but you still want men to run the race, don't you? All right, banana.
Threats of violence and rape were traced to a young man called John Nimmo.
And a woman!
And a woman! Isn't that interesting how he doesn't mention that?
Oh yeah, now women are no longer noteworthy, eh, Reggie? If you put them on a banknote, they're noteworthy. But if you actually note that a woman got upset at women being put on banknotes, this is no longer noteworthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like you didn't mention any of the women who said nasty things to Jess Phillips. You just went with, look at all the men who said nasty things to Jess Phillips. Don't we have a problem with men? Like, you don't know anything other than spinning this bullshit, do you? Because you got so many people believing it. Just, women never do things. Oh, do they? Well, shut up. Men are the problem. Why do you keep calling us misandrists? What does that mean? Just fuck all of y'all.
All right, moving on.
Why did you send those messages?
I can't do no else. He was arrested, tried, and jailed.
What did they say he said? I couldn't catch it. Why did you send those messages? What did he say?
Probably
Yeah,
no.
no, I'm being a pissant, but
Violence and rape were traced to a young man called John Nimmo,
Why did you send those messages?
I can't see no else.
who was arrested
I can't
I,
say nothing else. Can't say nout else.
because it's fucking annoying.
Well, no, because this would have been during his probably during his this is like footage from another BBC program, right? So this would have been maybe being filmed while he was, charged but not convicted yet.
Reggie, why didn't you I'm speaking rhetorically, but why didn't you talk to like me or Karen? Because we could have explained to you.
Why didn't you talk to the woman who was also charged and convicted of sending threats to Carolyn
Yeah,
Criado Perez?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't she here?
Yeah.
Why isn't she being interviewed? Why have you made? And this is another thing. You don't realize, Reggie, when you do shit like this is sort of pissy, and it upsets and frustrates people.
Well, and
You
then
got a man and a woman who did equally, like they both did a bad thing.
Yeah.
They both did a bad thing, and you completely erase the bad behavior of the woman to focus on the man, and then you turn around, erase the bad behavior of the woman, so a man and a woman do exactly the same fucking thing. You erase the woman completely, look at the man, put a man under the microscope, turn around and say, this man is why the group that is actually advocating for the rights of men is so angry. No, this man's opinion, this man's behavior is why we should not listen to men's rights activists.
Yeah, it's representative of the group. And you know what drives me crazy too is that he just it really then he wonders why aren't these MGTOW guys trusting me, right?
Oh fuck! Did we in previous episodes of this endless fucking analysis did we actually talk about there were MGTOWs who've explained that this whole thing where they got them together and then Reggie just started to run down attractive women to talk to. Did we discuss this?
No.
We haven't discussed that?
No.
Well, apparently Reggie invited a bunch of men's rights activists in MGTOW, and they were waiting to be interviewed, and I'm a little hazy on the exact details, but as they were milling together, waiting to be interviewed or talked about, or not talked about, but talked to, Reggie and his camera crew were running around, running down attractive women and asking them what they think of men's rights.
Oh.
And they watched this happen. The MGTOW and the men's rights activists watched this happen, and they got increasingly pissed off. Mm-hmm. And then Reggie's cameraman went back and recorded some of the altercation.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. That reminds me of that there was one media interview with Justin Trottier of Cafe, right? And he's generally like one of the most level-headed people. He's, the president of Canadian Centre for Inquiry, and is like major atheist kind of dude, and he's involved in a lot of sort of very contentious issues, not just the issue of men's issues and rights, but also atheism versus religion and all kinds of other stuff. And he is well known for being able to keep his cool. Absolutely 100%. And this woman, this reporter, female reporter, apparently spent 45 fucking minutes just getting under his skin for a 2-minute story for which she only used the clip where he was visibly upset and said, "That's it, I'm not answering any more of your questions," and walked away. Right? That was what she wanted. She wanted to get that response out of him. She got it. She got it on camera. She used it. She didn't use any of the preamble, any of the stuff leading up to it, nothing. Right? And for me, I could tell he was upset, and knowing him, knowing what he has to deal with all the time, I know that there's a reason, like a good reason, if he's actually acting upset and actually seeming angry and actually saying, yeah, no, I'm not going to fucking talk to you anymore, goodbye. right, and walk away, right? But in isolation, that one clip makes him look like a complete fucking reactionary douchebag, doesn't it? And that's what she wanted, and that's what she got. On
Don't talk to
mainstream
press.
Don't talk to
fucking
press.
mainstream fucking news. That's what you
Okay,
got.
I'm gonna have to do the
Okay, I'm
mute
going to have to do
unmuting.
the mute unmuting.
There is absolutely
There is
no reason
absolutely no.
for people to talk to press. They are a dead institution. And it's time to just recognize it and realize we need to build the next generation. And I wouldn't say that necessarily to Karen, because Karen can probably finagle something positive out of her interactions with press. But for everyone else, don't fucking bother. Just do exactly. Don't even give him the first bit that he got with MGTOW, where he was approaching them and they even gave him a chance. Don't give press a chance. The less that they get to feed on, the quicker they die.
Editing is a fine trade, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an art and a science. And there are people out there who abuse their powers in editing. And yeah, most lay people don't understand just how much opinion can be twisted with the fine trade of editing. Okay, and these are people whose trade is agenda pushing, but they are experts in editing. They haven't learned how to edit in anything resembling an ethical way, or an artistic way, or a scientific way. It's just morally driven.
Oh, there's reasons why the a lot of the shots of Roosh doing his talk didn't show his face, because they wouldn't be able to creatively edit it to make him say what they wanted people to think he said.
Okay, and to the people in the chat who said that this sounds like Mizu or whatever, this isn't. Because there is a difference between giving press access to a public space and giving them access to yourself.
Yep. You don't have to answer questions of the press. You don't have to answer questions of the police. You can tell the police, am I charged with a crime? Because if I'm not, I don't have to talk to you. And if I am, I want to call my lawyer first.
And ultimately what I'm saying is not necessarily don't talk to the press. Because, yeah, actually, I've talked to the press. I usually record it when I do and upload the result on my own channel. I haven't talked recently, but I usually, like, press is the lowest priority. If press contacts me and I have some time in a month, maybe I'll reply and say, usually it's, oh, sorry. Or I'll give it to Karen. But when I say don't talk, part of it is don't expect anything to change by contacting them. Don't expect there's going to be some sort of breakthrough, some sort of silver bullet, and they're going to see the light. They're never going to.
Yeah, the mainstream is even if the reporter is very much sympathetic, their producers won't be. I mean, the whole thing, the whole documentary that Vice did on the women of the men's rights movement, and then a month after they uploaded the video, they changed the title to MRAs Think Rape Victims Deserved It, or something like that. The reason why that documentary took so long to go up was because the reporter, I forget what her name was.
Alex Brooklyn.
That's it, Alex Brooklyn. She actually was having a major disagreement about the approach with her production partners. Right? So she said, sorry, it's not up yet. I was hoping to have it up like long before now, but I'm having a major disagreement about how we're approaching it with my production partners, and we're having to resolve that.
Yeah, I'm actually wonder how she's been doing, because I know at the time she was under a hell of a lot of stress. And you know what? That's the truth of the matter. If you're a woman who doesn't abide by the party line, if Lori Penny suddenly said, you know what, I really understand the vulnerabilities of men, and I want to recognize them and bring attention to them in an honest way, in a way that really will end up getting brick and mortar solutions to men, not just, why fight this abstraction and you'll be saved.
Yeah.
You know, you know what? You know what would have happened to Reggie? Reggie's head would have spun around like something out of The Exorcist, and then she'd start screeching at her and pointing her finger, and then that would be it. Laura Penny would fall from grace.
Yeah, well, she certainly wouldn't be able to command the speaking fees she does, right? And she
Yeah,
have
she would
practice.
cease to have her pedestal if she stopped playing the victim.
Yeah,
I wondered to what degree any given ideology can be judged on how it treats its apostates, eh?
Mm,
But yeah, that's Alex Brooklyn, Cassie J, Christina Hoff Summers. These are apostates. Feminists do not support women if they step out of line even a little bit, just a little smidgen. Even if you advocate, if you're a feminist who advocates a responsible womanhood who doesn't shy away from the problems men, but it's you still call yourself a feminist. You still say feminism wasn't that. No, they can't handle it. You're thrown away.
yeah.
And the hammer comes down. And Reggie would be part of that hammer. And he does not see how he is an enforcer of a system upon women as well as men. Doesn't see it. He thinks he's liberating women.
Well, he certainly liberated the woman who was convicted alongside this guy, didn't he?
Well, he liberated her from her personal accountability.
Yeah, liberated her from the annals of history, liberated her from the public eye, liberated her from acknowledgement of her as someone who can actually take action and affect other people. Yeah.
And her personal choices. So he's essentially liberated her from her personhood.
Yeah. That's lovely. All right. Banana.
Well, at the same time, if you've been a feminist man all your life, you've been an identifying feminist man all your life, and perhaps you've bedded a few ladies along the way, and you've become famous, perhaps even for being a feminist. What if you then one day suddenly say, "Okay, I'm not a feminist anymore. I no longer disagree with feminism. I no longer agree with the tenets of feminism. In fact, I'm now a men's rights advocate," or whatever. Yeah, imagine all those feminists coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I thought he was a feminist when I fucked him." What's going to happen then? Yeah, they can't suddenly. If you think it's bad for female apostates of feminism, think of the male apostates of feminism.
Well, look how.
It is hyperbolic to call it crucifixion, but it's some kind of equivalent, isn't it?
Well,
so you got to feel for them. No wonder they can't climb down from feminism. It's really not in their best interests. They're tied up in all kinds of ways. Oh.
Look how far and deep people dug, all the way back to like the 1980s to, research that Warren Farrell had done where his results were misogynistic. Right? He had done a specific type of research, and people found that the results of that research were misogynistic. And he had been planning to publish a book about it, about his research, and it was into like incestuous relationships, right? And how societal attitudes inform people's reactions to those incestuous relationships, right? And so essentially, sort of the way that, I'm sure hearing constantly ad nauseum that rape is worse than death probably doesn't really help rape victims process their trauma, right? And may actually cause them to feel more trauma than they otherwise would. So societal attitudes, how much of that influences the way people respond when they're involved in various types of incestuous relationships. And there was this one specific anomaly that he found in his research where he essentially said, well, okay, either, he speculated, right? Okay, well, the reason why I'm getting this weird result that isn't like any of the other results in any of the other types of relationships, like mother-son or brother-sister or whatever, right? But specifically with father-daughter incest, I'm getting this one specific result that's completely out of whack compared to all of the others as far as how the victim describes their experience, right? And so here's the speculations or the hypotheses as to why that might be, and he listed a few hypotheses, and apparently the result itself was considered to be misogynistic, and him suggesting that there might be reasons and suggesting a few of them that he could think of, that was also misogynistic. And when he actually was called on that in the 80s, I believe it was the late 80s, he decided to cancel his plans to write this book about it, because he was like, okay, well, people are sort of saying that maybe my work could be used to justify this behavior, right? And I don't want that, because I don't approve of this behavior, so I'm not going to write this book. And essentially, he canceled a book contract that he already had with, I think it was Bantam Publishing, Bantam Books, right, which is a major publisher. He canceled the book and killed his relationship with that publisher, specifically because someone had said, well, somebody could read your book and say, well, that justifies me abusing my daughter or something like that, right? And he was like, yeah, no, I don't want that, right? So he canceled the whole fucking thing, ruined his relationship with his publisher, and took a major freaking monetary hit, had to hand his whole advance back, all of that. And he still is, he's a misogynist incest apologist. He's an incest enabler. Because he turned his back on feminism.
Well, what I read about this situation was actually he was not. He was saying that father-daughter was uniquely harmful, but mother-son wasn't, or at least that was his findings. Not that he was advancing those notions, or that's how people described it. And this is like stuff that's like tar. You know, you venture into this area and it's like you never fucking get clean. So I'm sort of leery about even discussing this. It's an area that is so it's so fraught. Like, and the thing is that there are so many areas too that we just engage in this incredible emotional reasoning. We will not actually look at things in terms of just what do people say, what are the facts, what is the situation, and even as I speak this, I'm like, oh my God, are people going to think that I'm? And the only thing that I'm doing is actually defending Warren Farrell. If he was an incest-supporting rape apologist, it was when he identified as a feminist. So I don't even see how it works.
Yeah. And if he was an incest supporting, an incest supporter and an incest apologist, he was an incest apologist regarding mother-son incest and all of that, and not regarding father-daughter incest, because he found his findings talking to people who had been involved in this were that, this seems to be the one that the one party describes as particularly harmful and traumatizing, and everybody else seems to be kind of A-okay with it. Like, they have a neutral feeling about it, or they have a, whatever, this is what they're describing to me. And so if he's actually saying that one specific type, father-daughter, is described as harmful by the person we would perceive as the victim, but all of the other ones are not described as harmful by the person that we would perceive as the victim, then it's those ones that he's being an apologist for.
Yeah, well, this is sort of a digression.
Yeah. Sort of picture the scene. What if Sarah Butts had lunch with someone who's neutral about Gamergate? You can see the headlines now, can't you? Gamergate supports pedophiles.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
we really need to banana. We've been on this for ages, but not yet.
All right.
John Nimmo.
Why did you send those messages?
I can't see no else.
Who was arrested, tried, and jailed. I'm actually really surprised that he's agreed to meet me. After serving 4
What the fuck does this man have to do with the manosphere?
Well, maybe he's part of the manosphere. Maybe he'll identify himself as part of the manosphere. Let's watch.
He was one of the first people to be victimized by the fucking threat narrative. Let's go and interview one of the first people, most publicly fucking metaphorically lynched by this mob we are currently forming.
Yeah.
Do you know? Oh, fuck it. This is what happens when you have no self-awareness, people.
All right, banana.
John's now back home in South Shields. I don't even know where to begin on why you'd want to do that to someone. Hopefully he can explain it himself.
Okay, so we have a man.
That van
and a
said MGM. I swear to fuck, that van that just passed said MGM on it, or I just had a hallucination. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Why would you? Okay, you have a man and a woman convicted for basically the same activity.
Yeah.
And you are going to the men to find out why it was done. Does the woman's opinion not count, Reggie?
No, it doesn't, because that would interfere with the narrative. All right, moving on.
I'm not sure what to expect. I've never met a real-life troll before.
So you recognize that this man is a troll?
No, he doesn't. But we'll move along. Where he recognizes that this man is a troll in the sense that all MRAs are trolls. He's not probably using the same, definition of troll.
I've never met a real-life troll before. You're aware that troll is a verb, Reg. It's something that almost everyone does at some point, not just on the internet, but in real life. It's it's whenever you fuck with people.
Yeah.
You can be perceived to be fucking with people, and you're saying I've never met a real-life troll before.
Oh, you just messed with
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so is this man in any way identified
I've
with
never met a real-life internet commentator before. Yeah, you've done it, Reg, haven't you? Haven't you? You've trolled, haven't you, Reg?
Yeah.
In whatever fucking real. I don't understand.
Well, this BBC documentary feels like a troll. But seriously, what if this guy does nothing to do with the men's rights or the manosphere? Why is he being interviewed?
Well, we don't know that yet. We'll see if this is a point that Reggie clarifies.
Well, apparently the manosphere is everyone demonized by this narrative.
Well, it's every man on the internet, right?
And if you guys are admitting that, then can you admit where the narrative is coming from and that it is you?
All right, banana.
Hey, hello, John.
Yeah.
Reggie. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
All right.
So you're living alone at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay, banana.
I like that, the Coke bottle lying on the floor because, he obviously doesn't. Oh, look at this. Look at this stain or whatever, Oh, this guy really doesn't take care of his place. He just lives in filth.
Okay, can I point something out? Once again, I'm getting the feeling of guy, run away before Reggie gets you.
Oh yeah, no, it's like if any camera crew came into my house, holy fuck.
We've shown our contempt for the middle class, and now let's show our contempt for the working class.
Excellent.
Because we are the BBC, and we're fucking awesome, aren't we?
Well, a messy kitchen.
Yeah. Does your fiance stay around much?
Oh, look at. Oh.
That's how some windows open. That is how some windows open.
All right.
That's not an imputation on his character, Karen.
Look at all of this. Look at all of this. Oh my god.
Probably can't afford a better flat.
Yeah, I know.
Those windows are pretty fucking good. That's double glazing.
Oh yeah, no, those are good windows. It's it's been updated, at least externally it's been updated. So
what is all this ridiculous showing shots of shit and what is this supposed to be doing?
It's supposed to be showing you that this is like some scummy guy who lives in a
These people are among you, Alison. That's what it's saying.
People who
you
drink
ordinary
coffee
people
and
have tea. Yeah, you ordinary people have tea and coffee and sugar. Well, these monsters do as well. It could be your next door neighbor.
Okay, let's get to the interview.
John seems very happy to talk. Hold on. Yeah, you grab that. He's even prepared a few notes.
That's all the things I've said.
The police will do nothing, smiley face. Rape her nice ass.
All right.
What did he say?
The police will do nothing, smiley face, rape her nice ass. That's not a threat.
Okay, well then obviously he's not a men's rights activist, because no men's rights activist would say that.
Well, honestly, The
Again, they pissed off 60 million people,
yeah,
and they made an example of 2 of those people, and you're interviewing the man. The
yeah,
worst of the 60 million potential people who were, potentially offended by this.
yeah.
The presumably tens of millions of people who were indeed offended by this decision, and you're talking to the the one, basically the one the government decided was the worst. Yeah.
There you go.
And skipping past the woman to do so. All right.
You threatened to rape her in these messages.
Not in any of the ones.
No. What? Go back. Let's go back. I mean, you have to apply. You remember, you have to apply the woman worsting filter.
Add a few notes.
That's all the things I've said.
Wow. The police will do nothing, smiley face. Rape her nice ass.
That's
Okay,
not,
that's not a threat.
well, it's not him threatening. It might be inciting violence, but it's not him threatening rape. He's not saying I'll rape her nice ass or I'm going to rape her nice ass or anything like that. It's him saying somebody somewhere out there, do this for me.
And what was the size of his audience? What was the size of the army he ordered to rape her nice ass?
Well, honestly, it's not technically a threat. It is technically incitement to violence, though. So, I'll give the cops that. Okay, moving on.
You threatened to rape her in these messages.
I wouldn't have carried it. I wouldn't, it was just there, John. It's not stuff I would actually do.
So
Yeah, you were trolling. Reggie even admitted.
Yeah,
You don't, when you troll, you don't say things you're actually going to do. That is credible threats of violence. You're not a troll. You're a criminal.
I have to wonder what the hell this woman wrote to go to prison.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Are you
Yeah.
going to show us that? Perchance, was that slightly more worded like a threat?
Yeah, it does make me curious about what the woman, this individual's female counterpart wrote. Of course, Reggie isn't curious about that at all, so we won't find out.
Yeah, no.
enough to do it online if you wouldn't do it in the real world.
I saw it trending on Twitter. What was
Okay, Reggie, it's called fantasy. And it's called insulting someone.
Yeah, and it's called just being a dickhead online because you can.
When I said...
Nobody's there to punch you in the face for what you say online.
When I said I'm imagining Milo fucking the stupid out of you, Reggie, is that a rape threat?
Reggie, over 60% of people have actually had fantasies about murdering somebody. Like actual fantasies. Actually wanting, actually wishing someone dead and fantasizing about being the one to do it. About 65% of people admit to that, admit to killing, imagining killing their boss, right? This is actually sort of a cathartic process that people go through, right? That doesn't mean that 65% of people would ever intend to kill anybody.
Like I know a lot of the people watching this on TV, or even a lot of people watching this image now, they're looking at this kid and they see a bully they knew in school. Okay?
Oh yeah,
and I presume that's how they're managing to hang all this on whatever moral narrative they're doing, because there's so many people, possibly millions of people, are watching this, going, "Yeah, get that bully I knew in school, like a diverse young man at the BBC, go get him."
Yeah,
and you put this in place with this network of spaghetti, so you can forget that this is a grown man. Having a go at what seems like a child to me. It seems pretty fucking young.
Well,
having a go at him for being sent to prison for indulging in these little fantasies, these little insults on Twitter.
Yeah, against someone who is in a position of incredible power compared to him.
You need to get over this hatred you have of the people who bullied you in school.
Well, let's just imagine
they don't look the same in this environment. They can look like anything in this environment, okay? Get over the aesthetics. Get over the identity politics.
Okay.
People, these aren't the bad people. These are fucking working class people trying to escape from their lives. All right.
Yeah, these are the guys who see what they have to do, and women are ending up in this the winner's circle, having done nothing except have a vagina, and they're getting a little terse about it. It's a little salty about it. And then we have the other woman who's not even in the picture, and we don't even know why she did it. But let's take it out of this scenario. Let's imagine this young man. Let's pull it into a different scenario. Let's imagine we're interviewing, or this is an interview of Emmett Till, and he wasn't actually murdered and lynched. Why did you whistle at that woman, Emmett Till? Didn't you realize that was implying that she would ever say yes to you, and you impugned her character? You practically ravaged her.
Yeah, you made her feel threatened.
You made her feel threatened
and vulnerable sexually to you. Yeah.
Don't you understand that the brutal beating and murder? Yeah, it's not the same because he just got arrested. It's totally proportionate because somewhere somehow a woman got hurt.
Yeah.
Her feelings got hurt.
Yeah, she got offended and upset by it.
So it's totally okay that this young man spent time in jail over a non-credible threat. Because I'm pretty sure Reggie would have read out the worst of it.
Yeah.
This and then over a non-credible threat.
Unless there actually was a credible threat, and the producers or the editors went, oh, we can't put that on the BBC. I know we've said the word fuck several times, but we can't put an actual rape threat on the air. It's like that would be, taking away the vital information.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't know enough about this. If it was a credible threat of violence, then yeah, maybe he should spend time in jail. But if it was just what I heard, that's not enough.
No, it's not a credible threat. It's at worst, it's an incitement to violence, right? And frankly, kill Whitey. Kill Whitey. That's incitement to violence. Kill all men. Incitement to violence.
So what we have here is, once again, we have people who are at the center of society, at the center of belonging, the moral center of society, casting as criminal anyone who presumes to wolf whistle or throw a stone at their hat, and we are supposed to sympathize.
Yeah.
The people who are criminalizing probably some pretty innocuous outbursts by the ones like Mike is saying. He's not able to change who's on the frickin' money.
Yeah.
And he's speaking out in extremely insulting terms, don't get me wrong. He's speaking out against the people who can.
Yeah.
But just that little bit of gruff it's too much.
This is why I can't be bothered standing with Bahar Mustafa or not standing with Bahar Mustafa when, there's people like, I've forgotten, I don't know. I stand with Shrek. I'm not letting you off either, son. You probably need a bit of help yourself. But I stand by you more than I stand by Bahar Mustafa because you actually went down for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she did actually lose her job, but not for the things that she said online or the things that she said about white men, but because she was a notorious bully that had multiple complaints about her from other members of the Students' Union.
Okay, so if this guy had made a credible, actually, you know what, even a credible threat, if there is, and what would require evidence of a credible threat would be that he is planning to actually rape this woman.
Yeah.
That he's got some evidence that he had in his mind that he was going to rape her. That would be a credible threat. If that doesn't exist, he should never have gone to jail.
Yeah. All right, moving along.
That's going to happen, guys, so I thought, why not just join in?
You started talking to this woman in quite an aggressively sexual manner.
He whistled at the white woman!
I know, didn't he? He whistled at the white woman.
From 100 miles away.
Yeah.
Quite an aggressive manner. Okay, who cares? If there was no evidence that this guy was actually going to make good on his threats to rape, that means they were that they were not credible threats. He shouldn't have spent time in jail.
But that you're going by uh, American standards of freedom of expression, not British ones. So the Brits have, and Canada too. They have more restrictions on freedom of expression than the U.S. does.
We have very strict libel laws over here, and apparently we get around it by being very sneaky in our threat narratives.
The U.S. has a legal definition of what they determine to be hate speech, but so hate speech is a legal concept in the U.S., but it's not illegal.
All right. Okay,
So-
and then we're going to get hit by, oh, the men's rights activists are defending this guy. Yeah, but we're not defending him because he's a men's rights activist. We're defending him. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Why didn't you interview the woman, Reggie?
Well, because that would be inconvenient. It would be an inconvenient truth. Now, moving on.
Why?
I saw people, what other people were tweeting, and stupid me replied the one that tweets that thing, like what people said. So I just continued and continued.
What sort of response were you hoping to get? What were you hoping to do?
It was attention seeking. That's all telling me.
Attention seeking. Oh my goodness, like kill all men? Male tier?
He admits it. Do you see? At least he admits it.
Yeah.
Do you see?
It was just attention seeking. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
This is attention seeking.
What's the feeling then when you get a reply from someone that you're sending horrible messages to? Is it happiness? Does it feel like a victory?
I feel like, I shouldn't say this, but an achievement.
The police will do nothing. It's only Twitter.
Okay. Well, yeah, well, he learned wrong.
Making me laugh now. Shut up, bitch. You're not that good looking to rape you. I will find you, smiley face. The way John describes it, he got caught up in a moment, but it was a
You're not good looking enough to rape you. I will find you, smiley face.
To what? Vomit on her?
I guess. Or
Like-
to be like, or to be like, yeah, bitch, no thanks, and then walk away.
That's to brutally snub her?
I mean,
Yeah, like it's just...
if a 7-year-old child said that, yeah, and you knew it was a 7-year-old child, you'd be like, oh, you've been watching horror movies, haven't you? Very good, toddle on. If a 12-year-old did it, maybe you'd do. I mean, how old could they be? But before you're gonna hold them accountable for what's obviously a joke.
So I guess probably the woman was attention-seeking too, and then also the people who wanted to change the fucking bills are also attention-seeking. So it's all the circle of fucking attention-seeking.
Yeah.
And once again, what is the relevance to the subject matter, Reggie?
Yeah, well, maybe he'll elucidate.
moment that lasted 2 whole days, and he hid it all from his unsuspecting girlfriend. How were you able to say this to another woman that you didn't know when there's someone that you do love who I'm sure you would hate to have this happen to her?
Oh, stupid to do it.
So basically it's like, you're a bad boyfriend. Oh, God.
Oh, stupid.
I mean, let's be honest. The fact that you were doing it at night and not telling anyone, and you were doing it alone, says to me that on some level you knew that what you was doing was wrong at the time.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
What is the relevance?
Do you think what you're doing is right, Reggie?
Of course he does.
Do you go away from it with a sort of happy feeling?
I think he does. I think he feels like he's, achieved something with this.
Well, look at the narrative. He talks to Josh. He gets very, very, very close to a vulnerability and almost admitting that he might have a vulnerability as a man, but of course that's woman's work. It's really uncomfortable for Reggie, so he finds himself a girl who will play the worsting role for him, and then he finds a very, 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 like, this guy is pitiable.
Yeah.
And so that he can prove to himself that, yeah, men's rights activists, men in the manosphere are really like this guy.
Yeah. But it's like the only reason that he can do this and actually have it come across is because people tend to be disgusted by men who are pathetic. They don't feel pity or sympathy for them. They don't want to help them. They just feel contempt for them. So
Yeah, so let's just throw on air what's obviously a very painful emotional moment for this young man.
Mhm.
Let's just cut him open for everybody to look at, right, Reggie?
Yeah, no, he's paid his debt to society, but he can be made to pay some more, so.
Yeah, well, and he's paid more than his debt to society. Like, but no, let's just keep pushing on that wound, Reggie, so that he'll squirm pathetically and you can feel better about yourself as a man.
There you go. Banana.
I wasn't thinking I was going to get arrested and all that, so, I just carried on.
Some of those messages were really sinister, like, I will find you, smiley face. Like, what? That will make anybody.
It's a little bit like those sort of things they put on the BBC saying if you haven't paid your license fee, we will find you. We will charge you thousands of pounds.
Listen,
You fuck off. I'll fuck off all you.
listen to this.
Face, like, what? That will make anybody feel a little uneasy at least, especially if it's coming over and over again.
No, it wouldn't make anybody feel uneasy. It makes some people feel uneasy. Please don't speak for me, Reggie, because it doesn't make me feel uneasy.
I don't feel like being your woman-worsting whore, Reggie.
Like, honestly, I'm going to say it again. The proper response, if you are going to respond to something like that, right, to something like Bewildered Ape, right, saying when I'm done with Dr. Mason, with Thunderfoot, right, I'm going to find out where you live and I'm going to do to you everything that Dr. Mason's fans have said they would do to Anita Sarkeesian. My response to that was, well, shit, my house is a mess and I haven't shaved my legs in a while. Can we reschedule till Friday? I should be ready for company by then.
Yeah, and I've had an extremely sinister threat of violence, actually murder, from a self-proclaimed feminist who apparently was using some sort of Warhammer meme thing. Even though when I went through his history, his Warhammer parodies were a little bit more lighthearted than what he sent to me. And he explained to me how he could use feminist theory to justify chopping my head off. It was very sinister, but I don't actually, outside of bringing that up to say both sides do this kind of shit, Reggie, so let's not implicate either side based on the behavior of psychotic trolls. Let's just talk facts, issues, and theories. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that.
No, but it's like the only time I ever bring up the fact that I get threats is to say, you know what, feminists do it too, right? And the only time I ever bring up doxing is to say, you know what, feminists do it too. They did it to me. And the only time I bring up the the DMCAing and the false DMCA claims and the false flagging and all of that stuff, the fraudulent flagging of channels and things like that, is to say, you know what, feminists do it too, right? Feminists fucking do it too. And you know what? You know what the difference is in the response between, the reason why I don't have people, just mass flagging my fucking videos or filing any more false DMCA claims against me is probably because of how I responded, which was like, you know what? You guys can go ahead and take down my channel, right? I'll just put out a call and I'll upload it everything to a new channel, and I will be rising from the ashes in no time. I will be right back where I was. And you know what? I'll also be launching a legal action against you. Right? Because you've just committed perjury.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute you now, Karen, because I'm hearing the echo again. Unmute. It's only to bring up that feminists do it shit too. And this is on BBC. You are finding the most marginal troll who's probably not even related to anything in the manosphere. You're presenting him as the reason why feminists get blowback, and you're skipping completely over some of the stuff that we've researched. And I know, yeah, sure, you want to keep it focused on Britain. Well, why wouldn't you talk to Erin Pizzi? Why did feminists get blowback? Because she was trying to start a men's shelter, and they turned her into a heretic for trying to address brick and mortar men's needs and other things. Like, and if you can't, like, oh, I wish I could bring up American examples like Mary Koss redefining rape to exclude male rape victims, and that's a feminist. That's why a lot of people are pissed off at feminists. Feminists through redefining domestic violence using the Duluth model to marginalize male victims of domestic violence. That's why people are pissed off at feminists. Feminists in the fucking press going after a guy who managed to land a satellite on a comet, making him cry on TV. That's why people are pissed off at feminists. A feminist getting a guy fired for making a dongle joke. That's why people are pissed off at feminists. This one kid who wants attention, and you didn't even interview his female counterpart, why he did it, has absolutely no fucking relationship to this, except you don't want to answer the question honestly why people are pissed off at feminists. You don't want to have an honest debate or question or look at the real reasons.
Well, why would he have interviewed Erin Pitsey? Because then he might have heard not just about the fact that she was ousted from sort of she became persona non grata among feminists, but that she was picketed by them and called a woman hater and a domestic violence apologist in different terms back then, and picketed everywhere she went and protested everywhere she went and threatened, and the police requested that she redirect all of her mail to the bomb unit so it could be inspected before it was opened, right? And all of this stuff, and then she eventually fucking fled the country, all because she went against the feminist narrative, right? Yeah, no, you don't want to open that can of worms, do you? Because somebody sent something vaguely threatening to Carolyn Criado Perez on the internet, right? That's more important than the story of a woman hounded out of her own country due to credible threats against herself, her children, and her grandchildren, and who lived in exile for 10 fucking years.
Well, no, you don't want to. You want to pretend, Reggie, that this is why people oppose feminism. That this person, this man who you've put on and allowed bleed all over, his humiliation, his embarrassment, his guilt. This is what you want to present.
Yeah,
dishonest fuck.
This was your chance to present a human face on the men's movement, because since forever the men's movement has had a human face. Gamergate never had a human face. Whenever the establishment media talked about Gamergate, it was just this faceless terrorist cell on the internet. And now this was finally the BBC's attempt to see if they could put a human face on the men's movement, and this was it. It included that guy just now. The only person, and it included Roosh and your version of what Roosh said, and the only person you got talking any sense was Josh O'Brien, because he was young enough for your audience to go, oh well, he's obviously too young to understand.
Yeah.
But you could have put Erin Pitsey on. She's been the face of the men's movement since the fucking 70s. But no, you can't spin her face into something sinister, can you?
No. The little old granny in a wheelchair. Yeah, probably hard to like portray her as Dr. Evil, right?
Okay.
So.
Banana.
Right. Banana.
From different accounts, from someone who seems really confident that they're not going to be caught. I think going to prison for him was probably the best thing, because he now understands that he can't do that.
Yeah, going to prison was the best thing. It's the best thing for anyone. I think that actually we should send this chick here, and her little kid. They should send them to prison. It'll be the best thing for them. They'll learn what they can and can't do. Fuck.
Free speech is one thing, but threats of rape or worse feels different to me.
None of those were actually threats of rape that you read out.
It feels different to you because, the woman is the victim.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, would this guy be like, oh my goodness, Jack Thompson? Because Jack Thompson, fuck, you should have read some of the rape threats that he got, right? That he was, that people were gonna track him down, find out where he lives, tie his family up, and force them to watch him being raped with a fucking tire iron, right? That's the kind of shit that Jack Thompson got, right? Yeah. That's okay, right? That's all because he's a guy, right? So it's all
They're
good.
becoming more and more common online. I just don't get where all this hate is coming from.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you should actually look at the ideology behind feminism, right? And maybe you should look up some of the hashtags that are popular with them, like, kill all men and give your money to women and male tears and masculinity is so fragile and
I mean, you
all
listened
of
to Laurie Penny just now.
yeah, and
Did
just
you ask yourself where is all this love coming from? Yeah. Did you look into the sources, behind Laurie Penny's love for humanity? Hey, did you wonder where Laurie Penny's love is coming? Did you look into the things she's saying? No,
on
you just go, oh, it's obviously true.
Well, why didn't he interview the woman, this man's female counterpart? I mean, seriously, Reggie, this hatred, this guy's so-called hatred. Again, he just said he was attention-seeking, so I don't think it was motivated by hatred. He just wanted attention. It's not relevant to your subject matter.
Well,
Where is the hate coming from? You just identified where some of the anger and the frustration would be coming from. You know that even Laurie Penny said that men's rights activists have legitimate issues. Well, they're not being addressed. And instead of, when we say let's get brick and mortar solutions, you say fight the patriarchy. That's fucking frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so fucking frustrating. The people who own the pulpit say fight this ambiguous evil that we define completely.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
let's have actual monetary solutions.
look at the definition of that ambiguous evil, right? Look who it's named after, right? The ambiguous evil, the evil that is responsible for all oppression, right? That first learned that it could oppress women, when it discovered that penises could be weaponized, right? And then after it had subjugated and oppressed women, it decided that, oh, now we can do this to other races and other groups, right? So religious oppression and racial oppression and all of those things, those are all byproducts of misogyny. They're all offshoots of misogyny, which is the very first oppression that was perpetrated by men as a class on women as a class. This is the body of fucking theories, right? Under this body of theories, men are sociopathic, right? Under this body of theories, there is no way to resolve that conflict that men must be sociopathic, right, in order to contribute to hold up and perpetuate a system that intentionally subjugates women for men's benefit, right? And that we call this system of oppression, we call it men. That's what we call it. Patriarchy, that's like men with like fucking earrings and some pearls. That's all it is, right? And maybe a nice sash, right? That's all it is. It's men. That's what it is. Men are the source of all.
Sorry, put Karen back on. She hadn't finished.
I know, but you have to talk now.
Oh, God, well, yeah, they just fuck around with language. Because they've got away with it. They've always got away with it every time they do it. If they say they hate men and people say, well, that's a bit hateful. Well, we just hate patriarchy. We'll just call men patriarchy and pretend it's something else.
Well,
and when men do it, when men do a thing, it's called hate, and when women do the exact same thing, it's called love. Even when it's in another fucking dimension called the internet, the exact same thing, Reggie. It's hate when men do it, and and love when women do the exact same thing. This is why you can't be reasoned with, Reg, because you live in a black and white world. You're trying to reason with people who live in a grey world.
What's most frustrating for me is the fact that he's wondering where all the hate is coming from, right? And he's not looking at the fact that the hate started with feminists, the Declaration of Sentiments was a declaration of war against men, right? It was essentially, and the creation of this boogeyman called patriarchy was the declaration that any system in which men hold disproportionate amount of formal power, right, is by necessity, by definition, an unjust system. There can be no such thing as a just patriarchy, as a patriarchy that loves women, as a patriarchy that does not oppress women and oppress other races and oppress people of other religions and other ethnicities. There is no such thing as a just patriarchy by definition because men are in charge of it. And you wonder where our hate comes from.
Yeah, I don't even hate.
Neither do I.
No, this is
I
a
might have
complete
hate.
red herring.
I'm not gonna deny that I have a rainbow of emotions, and it probably has something as black as hate in there sometimes. It's the people who deny that they ever have hate that are most likely to enact things upon the world that look a lot like hate.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
think everyone should
you're saying me
embrace
and
the
Karen,
possibility that they have hate in them.
But
me and Karen will enact hatred upon the world.
they do it for people's own good, right? And I'm just like, you know what, like, I don't even fucking know. And I say this all the time, right? People ask me, oh, what's your idea of the perfect society? What do you want to actually bring? I don't fucking know,
I
right?
do.
All I wanted, like, why, who am I to decide how society should run, right? All I'm saying is what we're doing right now is based on a pack of fucking lies, and it's based on hate
Our society is lubricated with hate
and lies.
and lies, and you are being hateful right now, Reggie. But let's banana.
Okay.
But I know a man who might.
How you doing? How you doing, right?
See it, yeah, very Milo Yiannopoulos. So yesterday, I spent a bit of time with a guy called John Nemo.
Yeah.
He is a young man who lives in Newcastle who actually spent 4 weeks behind
You know why
bars.
Milo's so hot? Because he
Yeah.
always hangs around in classy locations.
Well, I think Milo's smart enough to not ever meet any of these guys in the studio.
And
Right.
he's also high profile enough to demand it.
Well, and to not meet the guy in his own home, right? To always be out in a public place. He's probably got somebody, Alum or someone, filming, or his assistant. No, he probably does have somebody covertly filming from some, table off to the side or something.
Okay, banana.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Over 2 days, a barrage of messages to a feminist. Why are you laughing? Why is that funny to you?
Because I think it's hysterical that people get locked up for what they post on Twitter. I mean, the extent to which free speech has evaporated in this country is amazing.
But there's free speech, surely.
So
and then
what?
there
So
is
he got-
sending threatening messages.
So he might have sworn at her. He might have called
I
her
do love
disgusting.
you, Milo. I'm gonna keep ribbing you for that one thing, but I do fucking love you.
Okay, but I want to hear what he has to say. So
Yeah, banana.
It's not a reason to lock somebody up.
Well, you say that. I also met Laurie, who is a feminist who I know that you're aware of. And Laurie has received unbelievable messages which go from...
Oh, did you see that? I just interrupted Reggie. That's okay. Did you see that?
What?
Milo says, you know what? It's amazing to me how much our freedoms are evaporating. Our freedom of speech is evaporating. And then essentially all Reggie has done is go, but the women have it worse.
Of course, yeah.
But look at this female victim.
Yeah.
Well, so fucking what, Reggie? Larry Penny needs to pull her fucking big girl panties on and man the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe she should be, wearing boxers or something. Or even just, boy shorts. Because, obviously, her big girl panties are not doing it.
Yeah. Okay, so she actually needs to man the fuck up? Reggie?
Yeah, no, I'm going to say it again. Michael Coren, formerly of Sun News, repeatedly said that if he wasn't getting death threats, he wasn't doing his job right.
Yeah. Laura Penny needs to man the fuck up.
I seem to recall, a dead animal and a syringe full of, some kind of dirty, unidentifiable material was pushed through Milo Yiannopoulos' mailbox.
Yeah, until that happens to Laurie Penny. Is Milo Yiannopoulos crying over that?
No, I mean he did actually post pictures just to demonstrate that the other side does this too, right? And
Yeah.
I would be shocked if a bunch of feminists didn't accuse him of playing the victim over
Yeah, he
that.
doesn't call it homophobia, presumably. He doesn't try and paint it as one of the convenient, sets of victims. He
No.
just goes, by the way, this is done by. Well, we don't really know who it's done by, do we?
How is
We
this
just
an
have to
argument,
presume.
though? How is this an argument? Milo says, well, our rights are being infringed.
And the guy's like, but the women, and
How is that a fucking argument?
non sequitur, and it's stupid, but it amounts to an argument for a lot of people.
Banana.
To I'm watching you right now, to I'm going to do XYZ to you tonight. They don't believe this stuff.
It's not. Look, okay.
Oh, come on.
Listen, this is the typical bait and switch that happens with progressive activists, right? You goad people, you egg them on, you deliberately provoke them, and then suddenly you turn around and play the victim because you've got messages that you don't like the sound of.
There you go. That's what they do.
I can't believe you left that in the edit. Good
I
for you.
know, I know. Well, probably because Reggie's going to be like, I'm not convinced.
I don't give a shit, Reggie.
Yeah, no, but it is what they do. So there you go.
Well, I'm sorry, but if your entire career is based around telling white men that there is something wrong with them, you can't then complain when you get messages on Twitter saying that that somebody wants to hurt you.
Why do you think men resort to using the word rape so often? Because that's one of the things that John said. Yeah.
It's not men who resort to using the word rape so often. It's people who oppose feminism using the word rape so often, and the reason why is because it's the one word that really upsets feminists. Like fucking smart guy. Like Laurie Penny isn't going to be upset by hearing that she's a fucking loser neckbeard with a small dick who can't get laid. No. So
I really did like the face-off just now.
Different thing that's going to upset her.
You liked the face-off, did you?
Did you see how they edited it? It was close-ups of Milo and Reggie.
Well,
And Milo was saying, you can't just tell white men, la da 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 da. And that's when, the audience's blood starts to boil. You can't tell white men that you're a white man talking to a black man, telling him he can't tell white men what to do. How dare you? You're a racist. Oh shit, you're gay.
Yeah.
Oh, black man versus gay man. What do we do? No.
Yeah. It's the inoculation of his flamboyant gayness.
Okay, and the other thing is that so what? Rape. Like you're right, Karen. They're gonna go with what will make them squirm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes you squirm when you're in this when we're mutually flaming each other.
Yeah, no, and what
people go for
when
you don't have a right to exist and you're responsible for harming women.
When you're part of a movement that is obsessed with rape and how rape harms women, what better way to upset you? Like, what would be more effective to upset you?
And that's what they want. They want to upset you. It's a flame war. Both sides are trying to upset the other. Except in one case, the flame war is being done by the BBC, by whatever, and MSNBC, by CBC,
ABC.
by ABC. Like the flame war is being done by actual people with an enormous pulpit against a group of people who have no pulpit, which is surprisingly white men.
There you go.
And the only reason they have no pulpit is because everybody expects them to be where the buck stops, so they can't actually start talking about how they're hurt by shit or they're vulnerable to shit. And it's just that they can't, because everybody would flip their shit if that ever happened.
They're also supposed to be like concentrating on how other people are harmed, not just white men, because white men are privileged, and so white men are supposed to be using their privilege and their power to benefit others. I mean, where have we seen that before? That the idea that men, are supposed to, the codes of chivalry, they're supposed to use their power. The knights are supposed to use their power responsibly to help the downtrodden, the meek, women, children, the disabled, the handicapped, the poor, right? All of that, they're supposed to be defending them against, the strong. That's it's just a massive fucking chivalry complex. So
Yeah.
all right, Anna.
Over and over, and he ended up behind bars for.
What the study shows that men and women use slightly different language when they lose their temper. Women tend to call each other sluts and bitches and whores and that sort of stuff. Rape as a sort of expression of power and domination is more what men go for when they lose their temper, like they might threaten to beat you up.
What does this mean
There you go. That's true too.
for men moving
It
forward?
meant that you can't win an argument in the public sphere unless you watch your language so carefully. When they speak out, they lose their jobs, or they get just as much trolling as as any feminist activist. But that's the dysfunctional situation we've got ourselves into, precisely because men are terrified to speak out about this stuff.
Milo seems to be.
I
Okay.
still would. I totally would.
Yeah, no, that was actually really that was really cool of you to keep that in, Reggie.
It's not his decision. Yeah, you're talking to some shady people in a dark room. But thank you, shady people in a dark room.
All right, moving on, Banana.
He's saying women are just being given too much, even too much protection. But with everything I've heard and read online, I'm finding it harder than ever to see men as the victimized sex.
Uh-huh.
What?
That's because he hasn't actually gone and attended a family court hearing or a domestic violence hearing or any of those things that would actually show him institutionalized sexism and discrimination against men. He hasn't done that. He's just been talking to, some dude who threatened Carolyn Criado Perez and found out that he was just a pathetic guy seeking attention, right? And so and that guy, right? He didn't really have a huge problem with it. He was just trolling. He just saw a whole bunch of people making trolling comments, and he was like, "Oh, I'll join in," and then he just got carried away, right? And so this guy doesn't actually have any problems, right? And so we're not going to talk about the actual problems. We're just going to talk about the way people conduct themselves online.
And he's not
Sorry, do you want to go?
he's not presenting, like, he's not in a situation where his identity as a man is based on the idea of being strong and never being vulnerable and not being a victim and saving and protecting other people. Therefore, it's not like he has an invested interest in ignoring everything that he's not really engaging with, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Right. You're not getting it because you're still in black and white world, Reg, but I'll start you off. It's quite... men aren't the victimized gender, okay? I'm going to change one of those very well-known words to a different very well-known word. It's something we do in grey land, yeah? Men aren't the victimized gender. They are a victimized gender, okay? Can you picture that for me, Reg? Can you picture that for me, BBC?
They can't.
A victimized gender.
They can't. It's all
You
zero
make
sum.
the definite article indefinite, at least for the sake of argument, that there can be more than one victimized gender.
Because he can't. Because the thing is that it's all about invalidating the argument. And people will immediately reject the idea simply because of their own internal biases, gender biases. They'll immediately reject the idea that men are the victimized gender. So that's why they frame it that way. Because everybody who's listening to Reggie is like, oh yeah. How is that even possible? Men can't possibly be vulnerable. Much less more vulnerable than women. Wow, no, that's not possible.
I don't think that that's it. I think it's that they've been inculcated in a worldview, like Mike said, that is entirely black and white. There is one oppressor class and there is one oppressed class. And in order for men to be systemically and institutionally disadvantaged in any way whatsoever, let alone in a number of ways, right, that would require women to be a uniformly privileged class, right? That because they have been living in this schema, in this paradigm, where one class enjoys blanket privilege and the other enjoys a blanket oppression, and it's essentially they've applied tribalism, right? The kind of tribalism that leads to slavery and things like that, they're applying literally black and white thinking, where blacks were slaves and whites were slave owners, to men and women. And so in order to actually say that men are systemically disadvantaged in this way and this way and this way and this way, and it's actually institutionalized, it's actually written into law, it's actually pervasive. It's not just the odd situation, but it is a pervasive problem. You would have to actually put women in the position of the white slave owner, and they won't do it.
I think
I think
there's
there's
another
another
possible thing going on
here.
here. And that thing is, we don't know what to do with ourselves if we don't have women to save. It's like we're facing like an enormous existential void. What happens to society if there are no women to save? What is our moral imperative for society? There's no women to protect, no women to save. And suddenly we're basically facing the void of our own self-negation as people. And I think that's what he's staring at right now. What if there are no women for me to save? Who am I? What am I? What do I do? This is Reggie's existential crisis, and he's fleeing from it as fast as he can fucking go. Coward.
Think for yourself. Question authority. Some people will get that.
Banana. Oh hey, I just realized I muted Karen, so she can't actually do anything until it unmutes, which will take him.
Like Rushfi.
I go to the supermarket to be a pervert, to film that girl's ass, and another girl's ass.
I've had to fly to Poland to find out. He just wasn't meeting the right kind of girls in America.
They cut their hair short. They are so lazy to maintain long hair that they make themselves ugly on purpose.
Oh, I hope I get an interview with him on my channel.
Eh.
No, I'm just because
You have to wonder how for real he is. For one thing, underneath all the editing hatchet jobs, and for another thing, underneath all the presumably there's a layer of satire, right?
Yeah.
There's a layer of self-awareness.
Oh, of being over the top, of course. Yeah.
So he moved here a year ago, to a small university town full of female students. And before we meet, there's
Wait. Is he a professor?
Roosh? No, he just moved to a university town.
Full of female students, so he has absolutely no authority over them and they're of age. Why the hell would you say? Why wouldn't you just say young women?
Well, you know what he means.
Yeah, he's creating a little threat narrative there.
Yeah, of course he is. Okay, moving on.
On his back catalogue. Now there is a lot of Rushfi books, which are available on huge websites online, by the way. Anyone can buy this stuff, and the sort of thing that is in these books is it's not the sort of thing that I'd want my younger brother to read.
Why not? You don't want your younger brother to get laid?
In Ukraine?
I just no comment.
Honestly, it's the whole idea with these books is you take what you can from them and then you make it work for you. So you don't have to be that. If you read Bang Ukraine and 30 Bangs and Bang Iceland and Bang this, Bang that, right? Okay? That doesn't mean that when you're reading those books, you then go on and just fucking bang women like a random new woman every fucking night. No. You're supposed to take the lessons from all of this and apply them to what you want, whether that's, that you just want to get laid every once in a while, or whether you want to have some kind of long-term relationship. I know I can guarantee you that there is stuff that Roosh talks about as far as being able to determine whether a woman is only good for a bang or whether she's actually relationship material, right? Right or wrong, accurate or not, that exists in the Rouge V universe is, sort of this idea of, well, how can you tell whether some woman is worth investing more than an evening in, right? All of that stuff. Just because it's a little bit crude, and isn't particularly, it doesn't tiptoe around the idea of respecting women, doesn't mean that your little brother wouldn't actually be able to get something valuable out of that. And whether he was or not would largely depend on his own personal set of morals and his own personal set of values.
Yeah, I mean, at the very worst, all Rouge does is get men access. It allegedly. I'm not saying that he does or he doesn't, because I don't want to get into the, oh, you said that advocate, or you said Rouge could do this and blah blah whatever. Allegedly, he can get women or men access to women's sexuality. What men do with that access is up to their own moral schema. So what? For the most part, that means that men will probably find a girlfriend.
Yep.
Big fucking deal. Can we please move on from this? This is so goddamn boring.
I know. It's like he thinks that his little brother is so soft-headed that he's going to turn into, if he read these books, he would turn into a Rouge V.
Yeah, but basically, men have trouble. This is a large-scale problem at this point, because it's reckoned a lot of men have trouble talking to women because they love them so much, and a lot of people view this as a problem. And there's lots of whole different groups of people who have different solutions to this problem, with completely different solutions to this problem.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're sort of looking at one of those solutions, and saying,
yeah, no, and you're saying like, this is not okay, and this is why I think actually feminists really dislike pickup artists, because pickup artists claim to have cracked the code.
Well, they have a solution, and feminists and people like Reggie are looking at that solution as though it is the problem.
It's a crime.
They're forgetting the fact that men are having trouble talking to women because they love them so much. They're forgetting that is a problem that might need to be addressed. No, that's not a problem that needs to be addressed. The problem that needs to be addressed is the solution that this one man has to that problem. Yeah. What about addressing the initial problem, BBC, rather than the worst possible solutions to that problem?
Yeah,
or just whatever solutions you can find to that problem, rather than just shooting down every possible solution to that problem.
But I was thinking, because a couple days ago we did the holiday season episode, and I described my own thoughts on the issue of I guess manhood, and how men, by virtue of simply going through puberty, are the beneficiaries of a net, a system, a hormonal, pheromonal, whatever you want to call it, system. Just by virtue of having gone through puberty, that makes them, the most innovative, the most collaborative, the most cooperative, the kindest and most compassionate creatures on the planet. Just by virtue of having gone through puberty. And that in and of itself was its own value. Nothing needing to be achieved, nothing needing to be honed by society or by women, but just men, weremen, if you were, because we might want a word to celebrate the fact that men, just by virtue of becoming adult, have something of worth that should be valued. Now that's a solution. Because if you tell boys, you're gonna go through puberty, you're gonna become a man, you're gonna gain through that experience something of worth to society, something of worth to other people, something of worth to women. That might give them a little bit of confidence when approaching women.
You don't need to shove your fists into some barrels full of bullet ants. You don't need to do any of that stuff, or any of the stuff that this culture tells you to do to become a man. You just become a man, yeah?
Yeah, you have a value that you get to choose who gets to derive benefit from, who gets to experience in their life. That might do something to help men through that whole anxiety that they have approaching the group of people that they've been told is morally superior to them. Will break in 1,000 people's pieces if they so much as breathe the wrong way on her. And that they are told that they aren't a real man unless they desire to a huge degree. I think a great more than even biologically would be inclined. But they stay in a perpetual state of desire for and compassion for. That might actually help that issue a bit.
Right.
But like Mike's saying, let's just shoot down every possible solution. Why? Because you like the problem, Reggie. You're perpetuating the problem because it's useful to the people who are pulling your strings. It's useful to keep men in a state of existential horror, because then when someone pops up and says, hey, I have a solution for your state of existential horror, they'll get behind it with all of their might.
Yeah.
So there's no, and the funny thing is I was thinking about what I was saying, and if we said that, we would have to acknowledge that rapists are anomalous among men, that abusers are anomalous among men. But at the same time, we would be challenging all of those notions of toxic masculinity, but feminists don't want to really do that. They don't want to challenge the notion of how men prove their masculinity by telling men that their masculinity is just fine the way it is. That what they develop at puberty is a wonderful thing. That they don't have to engage in sexual activity with women to have worth. They don't have to do X, Y, and Z and put themselves in danger to have worth. They just have it.
They don't have to pledge to end sexism and violence against women.
But that's the thing. If you keep men in a state of existential crisis, you can do shit like he for she and pledge to end violence to women and keep manipulating and
on her shoes and
you can keep manipulating them and feeling all the thrill of morally lording it over them as they do.
And then when it goes horribly wrong and they become desperate and they do something horrendous, you can go, well, that just proves toxic masculinity. It's got nothing to do with what we're doing.
Yeah. And I was thinking, like, if we told men that they have value just by existing, that would solve a lot of the problems, but feminists would never embrace that.
No.
Because they like the moral high ground. And the only way to maintain their moral high ground as an ideology and as women is to make men feel like they're flawed.
Mm-hmm.
But then they absolve themselves of all of the negative repercussions of telling men throughout their entire lives that they're flawed and worthless. Oh, geez, you tell someone who's you're flawed and worthless, oh, maybe 20 of them will blow their brains out and one will blow someone else's brains out.
Yeah.
What a fucking surprise.
You know what, this actually really it just brings home the whole men who are divorcing are 11 times more likely than women who are divorcing to commit suicide, right? And if you compare that number, the number of men who commit suicide in the immediate wake of a divorce or a family breakup, to the number of men who actually kill or violently assault their partners or their estranged partners, you actually find that men are much more likely in that position to enact violence against themselves and against others. Right? And yet we think that men they lack compassion, they lack they feel entitled, they lack any kind of consideration for other human beings and all of these things, right? Yet men are more likely to turn any kind of violence, any kind of despairing violence in upon themselves and commit that violence against themselves and against other people. So, yeah. All right, Banana.
It took 4 hours of foreplay and at least 30 repetitions of no, Roosh, no, until she allowed my penis to enter her vagina. No means no, until it means yes.
Isn't that
Sounds like Christian Grey to me, doesn't it?
It kind of does, and it sounds like if she really didn't want to do it, she would have gotten up and left or asked him to leave. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess he doesn't. No, he doesn't get enthusiastic consent, and he persists.
Oh well.
All these dirty books that you read, ladies, about these untamable men. What if they suddenly came to life and it was all real? You'd go, oh my God, it's a rapist. That's a problem, isn't it? It suggests that you're disconnected from reality in a quite severe and dangerous way, doesn't it?
Well, honestly, also, Allison, I wouldn't necessarily say, like, we don't know whether he got her enthusiastic consent. Maybe when she finally let him, she was like, yes, 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 like in that Herbal Essences commercial.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, I didn't say that because it was just like, I'm sure that what Reggie is going for is he needed to get her enthusiastic consent, not
well,
just her eventual consent.
yeah, well, he's just apparently, being persistent in the face of token resistance is, I mean, like, okay, 4 hours of foreplay and numerous blah blah blah. Yeah, personally, if I were Roosh, I would have given up. I would have
Yeah.
like, okay, yeah, just here's my number. Call me when you get your head straight. But yeah, that's just me. Moving on.
That's actually written here.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God,
God!
it's written there.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
the
also
belt.
written in every fucking romance novel out there. Jesus
That
Christ.
yeah, that's like yeah, it's the whole dance. A
Yep.
woman wants to extract as much potential desire out of a man as possible. Both men and women want to feel desirable. I think it's probably that's why we don't have scent cues. We have more, I don't know, psychological cues. We want to feel desirable, and this is true about men and women. So, but women are in the position to extract as much desire as humanly possible from their partner, and they do it with the token resistance.
Yep.
It's just their way of making the man crawl and extracting as much desire from the encounter as possible while giving as little as possible.
It's kind of narcissistic, isn't it? Okay,
Yeah, it's sort of disturbing actually.
moving right along.
While walking to my place, I realized how drunk she was. In America, having sex with her would have been rape, since she couldn't legally give her consent. It didn't help matters that I was relatively sober, but I can't say that I cared or even hesitated. It's actually illegal to force someone to have sex in Iceland too, Rouge.
No, but he didn't force her to have sex. He had sex with a drunk woman who willingly consented despite her being drunk. Right?
Yes, yeah.
That's the same thing, Reggie.
Did she know she was drunk? Is the crucial question.
Well, he knew. He said I realized she was considerably drunker than I was. I was mostly sober, blah blah blah, but I didn't care, right? Okay. But okay, if in Iceland it's perfectly legal to have sex with a drunk woman, then that's not rape under their laws. And it's not forcing her either.
Okay, and here's the other thing. Reggie, for each of these scenarios, we can find you a feminist comedian or whatever who's bragged about something similar, subjecting a man to something similar in public.
Oh man,
So what point are you fucking making?
Amy Schumer, didn't she say that like there was this dude who was like
so drunk he didn't even know who he was having sex with.
Yeah, no, and he kept on like giving her oral sex, and she kept on having to wake him up to make him continue.
Maybe that's a sign you should stop fucking him, Jamie.
Yeah, but you see, for a male comedian, it's taboo to do a rape joke. But for a female comedian, it is not taboo to admit to rape.
Mm-hmm.
No, Lena Dunham, Jermaine Greer. Like, there's a lot of feminists who've gone out and publicly admitted being questionably, like the consent being questionable in their sexual encounters. So fucking what? So fucking what, Reggie? Who cares?
There's a whole genre of romance fiction written for women called questionable consent, Reg. I wonder why that appeals to women.
Public figures have this unbelievable, public figures like Amy Schumer, Lena Dunham, Jermaine Greer, and apparently, I think actually to a lesser extent, Roosh, seem to feel like the lesser people in the world are their sexual playthings. This is true about male or female public figures. So what? What's your point?
Yeah, well, all right, moving on.
I know that when it comes to sex, 1 ounce of hesitation or feeling of morality will get me nothing.
It's true.
That one actually leaves a nasty taste in your mouth.
Like a lot of feminist shit does too, Reggie. For exactly the same reason. It's slightly rape. This is actually less rapey. It's not even particularly rapey. It doesn't sound like he actually engaged in rape. It was just questionable shit. So what's your point? A lot of feminist stuff will leave a bad taste in your mouth. especially those feminists who are trying to make it legal to rape men, or trying to redefine rape so that they don't include men for whatever reason they're doing this.
And they've already succeeded, by the way.
Yeah, and which has already succeeded. That's a little bit
There's
creepy.
no amount of tentacles on which I can count the number of people I've met who define rape as something that cannot be committed by men against women, by women against men.
You know what's interesting, Reg, is that in India there was like a push a few years ago to include male victims of female perpetrators to make the rape laws gender neutral, and feminists protested that on the basis that if men were able to make false accusations, if they had the capacity legally under the law to make a false accusation of rape, to accuse anyone of rape, they would make false accusations of rape, right? And so false accusations apparently matter only when men can make them. But their successful efforts to get the legislation, the change in the legislation quashed, now if a grown woman, has sex with a 13-year-old boy, he can be charged with rape and she can't.
All right.
All right, moving on.
I gotta mute and unmute you, sorry. I was just gonna say, so what we have here, Reggie, is Drush, who is tangentially related to the men's rights sphere, and tangentially related to MGTOW.
Or the manosphere.
No, yeah, yeah.
That is popularly referred to as men's rights activists whenever there's a bad thing to say about them.
Yeah, okay, so we have someone who's who engaged in practices that were not rape, but perhaps edging towards being a little bit forceful. So, and then we have on the other side of the scale, feminist groups who are literally repealing male rape victims' rights against being raped by women, or opposing them existing in the first place. And we have feminists redefining rape to exclude male rape victims. I don't know. Proportionality, Reggie. And incidentally, that might be one reason why people are pissed off at feminists. Yes, possible. I don't know. I'm unmuting you now, Karen, hopefully.
We live in a victim-blaming culture.
For fuck's sake.
In which countless people believe that, if a penis is erect, that means it can't be raped.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
they don't think that's victim blaming, but they believe we live in a victim blaming culture that victimizes women somehow.
Well, no, but see, here's the thing, right? If in order to victim blame, you actually have to have an acknowledged victim, and when it happens to men, we don't acknowledge them as victims, so therefore it's not victim blaming. So there you go. See? I proved you wrong, Mike. Moving on. Banana.
At his seminar, Roosh told me
giving me a headache anyway.
Month to his sites, and one of the articles he posted there earlier this year caused horror around the world. There's a piece he's actually written on his website called "How to Stop Rape."
Oh, this. Yeah. Okay, so how to stop rape. Okay. And this is what gets me. And it may have been satire. It may not have been satire. It may have been entirely serious. But the overarching goal in his mind, okay, he took everybody through a thought experiment that would, in his mind, through his predictions, lead to a reduction in the rape of women. So this was a proposal put forth. The intention, the stated intention of the proposal was to reduce the number of rapes of women. Okay? Whether it's satire or serious, that was his stated intention. That was the entire purpose of the blog post, was to reduce the rapes of women, reduce the number of rapes. So, now that we know this, let's move on.
And there's a section here that reads, I thought about this problem and I'm sure I have the solution. Make rape legal if done on private property. I propose that we make the violent taking of a woman not punishable by law when done off of public grounds.
Yeah, he explained it further, but there you go. The explanation was that if that were the case and women knew that they were not protected on private property, they would not willingly go to a man's apartment while drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning. where they make themselves vulnerable to rape. They would not go somewhere private with a man if they weren't intending to have sex with him.
Yeah, and I presume that Roosh is oh, forgot to do the mute on mute. Roosh is also advocating this for male victims as well.
No, he's not.
Well, but the thing is that one would presume, so he's just specifically for, all right, you know what, probably doesn't even recognize male victims.
Yeah, no, I don't think he does. Or at least not to any real degree. He doesn't consider them, I don't think he considers them important in the grand scheme of things. But, I mean, the entire idea behind this little proposal, this indecent proposal that he had, was essentially, or this modest proposal, was that if women know that they cannot depend on the protection of the law in certain circumstances, then they will not engage themselves in those circumstances, and therefore they will prevent their own rapes through their own good judgment.
Thought experiment here. If a woman goes to some kind of public place late at night where there's CCTV, and she basically mounts an unconscious homeless man, fucks him right there, caught on CCTV, she might go down for sexual assault. But if she picks up that homeless man, takes him back to her private property, still blind, drunk, or whatever he was, and has sex with him there, that's not going to be considered rape in any court in the country, is it? You see, it's not just the word of the law, it's whether it's actually enforced.
It's the spirit of the law.
Yeah, so in a way, Roosh is advocating for something that is already true. It's just like the burqa thing. Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. You know, women can wear burqas if they like, but men have experimented with this. A lot of comedians have experimented with this. What if a man goes out in public wearing a burqa? He very often gets arrested because he looks like a terrorist. If it's obviously a man under the burqa, then oh my God, he's threatening. So as it turns out, it is, practically speaking, the burqa is already banned, but only for men.
Yeah.
This is how upside down your world could get if you completely forget half of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing that we really need to say pertinent about this is Roosh is basically advocating that women have a similar situation for male victims, except not as bad as male victims.
Well, yeah, and that if they had that situation, if they knew that situation existed, they would avoid putting themselves at risk.
All right.
Oh, God. And now it's my freaking mother-in-law. All right, we got to get through this.
Banana.
Basically, you're saying if you rape someone on private grounds in a private residence, it should be okay.
No, he didn't say it should be okay. He said it should not be punishable by law. He did not say anything about the morality of the act. He said that it should not be punishable by law because then women will avoid the situations in which that happens. And those are the very situations in which women get raped where they cannot get justice.
All right. And here's the other thing. He's also acknowledging that if you want, it may be twisted logic here, but if you actually repealed the legal element of that and you put the defense in the women's hands, it would be more successful in reducing rape.
Yes,
because the one person aside from the rapist who can prevent a rape, not punish,
yeah,
but prevent a rape, is the woman herself in taking preventative measures.
Yes.
And the thing is that the law doesn't actually prevent rape.
No.
It can prevent women from taking those preventative measures that prevent rape, which means his argument is that having this law is increasing the number of women who get raped. And Reggie obviously doesn't care if women get raped as long as his ideology is maintained.
Well, you know, like I can't even say whether Roosh's plan would be effective or not, because it seems to me that women are really not, on the whole, that willing to embrace limitations on their behavior, even when self-imposed, in order to keep themselves safe. There seems to be a massive push that women should be allowed to do whatever the fuck they want and be 100% safe all the time, which is something that no man would ever demand, because no man would ever see that as a possibility in the remotest far-flung future, Star Trek future, that we can imagine. No man would ever say, oh, well, you know, the universe can be made 100% safe for me no matter what the fuck I choose to do.
Well,
right?
most men, I think, would also be very insulted. Like, there's a certain amount of pride in taking responsibility for your personal safety.
Yes.
And there's a certain amount of pride and self-efficacy and self-determination that you have to give up to even adopt the posture of expecting other people to take care of you in terms of your safety.
Yeah.
And most, I think a lot of guys would be like, no, I'm not interested in that because I don't want to be treated like a child.
Yeah.
And essentially what Roosh is doing here is saying, let's advocate this one thing that might make women take adult responsibility for their sexuality, and treat women like adults, and might actually result, because you're treating women like adults, because you're saying to women, you have the primary responsibility for your own safety, which you do, Reggie. A woman is the last line of her own safety, not you.
Yeah.
Reggie, sorry to take this identity away from you. You're not the big bad protector of all women. A woman is a much bigger determinant of her own personal safety than the law and then white knights. She is the biggest, largest, most powerful presence in her own life, making her safe. And essentially what Roosh is saying is that we need to activate the giant in the room.
Yeah.
And start telling women, you are responsible for your own personal safety, and by activating that giant in the room, we actually make women more safe. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And this grinning doofus apparently doesn't get it, possibly because he doesn't get it, because I get the sense that it's more important to maintain the woman worsting and his role as protector than it is to stop women from being raped.
I think it might just be the entire notion of making rape in any form, rape of women, in any form, in any circumstance, not a crime on par with murder, right? That in itself evokes such a knee-jerk reaction, right? That people can't actually look beyond their emotion to the reasoning behind what is being proposed. And I'm not even saying that I endorse this position or I don't, or that I think it would actually lead to what Roosh is predicting, or that it wouldn't. Like, all I'm going by is the reasoning that Roosh used in that post, right? And saying, okay, well, the reasoning is actually, it's plausible, right? It's plausible that the result of doing this would be that women would not feel like they're okay putting themselves in situations that they believe are not risky because they believe they're protected by the law, right? When in reality, 80% of rapes occur in an acquaintance, dating, or relationship situation. They occur on private property. They occur in private residences, right? They occur without witnesses. They occur in situations and where it would not be unreasonable to believe that a woman would consent to sex in that situation, right? The entire reason why it's so easy to convict some guy who jumps out of the bushes on a jogging path and pins a woman down who's jogging and fucking rapes her at knife point, right? It's so easy to convict that guy is because it is completely unfathomable that any woman would consent to sex with a stranger with a knife under those circumstances on a jogging path or in the bushes alongside, right?
If it fills the criteria of preponderance of the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Absolutely beyond a reasonable doubt, this woman would not have consented. So all you need to do now is determine who was the guy who did that, right? That's all you need to determine, right? But when it comes to people who've been on 2 dates, and the third date, he invites her up to his apartment, and they've both been drinking, and oh my goodness, they have sex, and the next morning she says she was raped. Well, it's a little less clear-cut then then it wouldn't have been in the 1950s. In the 1950s, if she was a woman who did not have a history of sleeping around, who was a good girl, right? And that's why they used to bring sexual histories in, not to necessarily to tarnish the reputation of the victim, but to say this was a good girl who wouldn't even consent in a dating context.
Yeah, it's to determine prior behavior
Yes.
on the part of the woman.
Yeah, and say she would not have consented. She's been in this situation a dozen times before and she'd never consented, as opposed to this woman who's been in a dozen situations like this before, and in every one of those situations she always consented. So it's a little more ambiguous now, right? We can't say she would never have consented. We can say maybe she didn't consent, but we can't say...
Ah, shit, sorry. I apologize that my computer has this tendency of clicking on things when I scroll over them, and I was preparing to mute you to remove the echo that I heard. I guess I'll better talk until you're unmuted, and I cannot tell when you will be unmuted because Google Plus takes forever to actually update. But yeah, it's essentially the situation is, it's not that the rape didn't happen. It's not that people are saying the rape didn't happen. It's about talking about the probability of the rape having happened. And it gets progressively lower, depending on the circumstance. You go up to the guys, it's not to say that it won't happen or it can't happen. You're dating or in a relationship and he rapes you, that's less likely if you've had sex with him afterwards. It's less likely that it was rape. And it's not because it wasn't rape, it's just that the balance of probability starts decreasing because of various factors. Whether or not you tend to say yes to other men, whether or not you were in a relationship, whether or not you had sex with him afterwards, whether or not you went willingly to his place. You know, these reduce the probability that outside parties can determine whether or not it was rape.
Yeah, when there's...
If there's ever such a thing, like, legally, as men being raped by women, yeah, then we'll judge that by the same standards, yeah? If there's a sailor saying he's been raped by women, let's say a soldier saying he's been raped by women, and Hugh Hefner saying he's been raped by a woman, then just because Hugh Hefner's old, that doesn't mean he's more likely to be the rapist. Yeah, because you got to consider those situations. Who was Hugh Hefner with? Where was he? Yeah, in his tower. Probably not raped. I know the soldier's huge and muscular, but where was he? Germany. Okay. It's actually quite likely that he was raped, even though he's the bear in the situation. Yeah? But at least we have to examine all the different factors.
Well, we do, and we have to, and so what Roosh is suggesting in this is not going to do anything to make rape against that female jogger legal. It's not going to, that sort of stranger rape scenario that's 20% of all of the rapes that happen, right? That those are still going to be clear cut, absolutely, very, very easy to convict, very, very easy to convince somebody that was rape, right? It's going to be in these ambiguous situations that women frequently put themselves in a position where they are alone with a man, where they are there are no witnesses, where there is no one to protect them but themselves, right? And yeah, so saying that you have no protection from the law in this situation might actually lead some women to say to themselves, well, I really don't want to put myself in that situation, so I'm not going to.
Thus leading to a reduction in rape, allegedly. But so the whole concept is to reduce rape. But let's keep going, because I think this is a fucking red herring.
Okay. Well, no, it's just he's bringing up rape. Because rape.
Yeah, because it's his entire modus operandi. Right. I feel like I could potentially have a vulnerability. Wait, there's a female victim. Rape. Women have it worst. I don't have to deal with it. Rape threats. Blah, blah, blah.
Rape.
Men have no issues.
Banana.
That is fucking disgusting.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to presume bad faith on his part. I'm presuming bad faith on your part, Reggie, now. I'm going to do exactly what you did to Roosh. The reason why you find it disgusting is because you find it disgusting the idea that we could possibly reduce the number of women raped. You actually want more women raped if it means preserving your ideology, if it means making sure women are your emotional mules whenever you need to woman worst because you feel like you might be recognizing a vulnerability as a man. How's that? Presume I just vomited a whole bunch of bad faith on you, Reggie. You disgusting you're a disgusting rape enabling misogynist.
Yep, no, Reggie clearly has bad intentions here.
Yeah, rape enabling misogynist. Look at him grinning.
I know.
He's just grinning at the thought that someone might actually want to reduce the number of women who rape. Reggie doesn't like that.
Yeah. No, he's grinning at the thought of all those women getting raped. That's what he's doing. So.
This isn't about confidence. 30 bangs isn't about making young men feel as though they have value. This is about making young women feel as though they have none.
Why?
Okay.
Oh my God, they came into contact with male sexuality and now they have no value.
Alright, there's a lot of slut shaming there, Reggie.
It certainly is. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so it's supposed to make women feel they have no value. How? Roosh is obviously having sex with these women. Obviously, at some level, he's valuing them.
He's having sex with them for one night, and they're having sex with him for one night. So why do they walk away with no more value?
Yeah. Are you saying that he doesn't value their consent? Well, you don't really have any evidence of that, Reggie.
How can you even prove that he's not valuing them, like their sexuality? Obviously he sees their sexuality as something worth pursuing.
Yeah, he doesn't advise men to just go to a club, right? See all the women there, just pick one up, regardless of how they flail or how they scream. Just pick one up, take them back to your apartment, because they're just objects. No, he tells you how to get into their heads and how to get into their minds. He acknowledges that they have minds, Reggie. I know this sounds out there to you, that women are individuals with different minds, and it might be complex to approach individual women. I know you think women are just this big sort of amorphous audience that watch the BBC that you just have to please in
Well, the other
aggregate.
thing is,
but yeah, the truth is actually a bit closer to women are individuals, Reg.
What's interesting is that apparently feminists would also believe that women are more like praying mantises, because what they really want is a man to give them shit. That's what gets their desire going, instead of a complex interplay of social factors, which is what Roosh is really presenting if you read his shit, I assume, because he's a pick-up artist. A complex social dance that a man needs to learn. Instead, let's use the feminist method, treating women like they need to be saved and giving them shit. So essentially, you're saying that women are not complex social beings, but simplistic animals.
You throw money and effort into them, and then they put out. No, what drives me crazy about this is like, he's like, this isn't about confidence, blah 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 blah. No, it absolutely is, right? It absolutely is about confidence. It's about the confidence to go up to a woman and talk to her, or reject a woman that you don't want to talk to. That's essentially what the whole fucking thing is, and to be able to adjust how you interact with women to cultivate desire in those women, desire for you, right? So it really absolutely is an acknowledgement that women have minds, that women have desires, that women have an entire aspect of their personhood that may not be pretty, but it's there, right? And it's fully human, and it's human enough to be predictable, just the way a whole host of human behaviors are predictable, right? So, and he's just like, oh, but it's rapey because he uses it to have sex. He uses it to pump and dump. Well, has he ever wondered, right, if Roosh ever maybe, met a woman and banged her, and he thought, this woman, she could actually be a long-term prospect. She could actually be a, somebody that I could see myself with, right? And then have her not text him the next day because she was just using him.
No, that doesn't exist in Reggie's mind.
Oh, right, because women don't.
Okay. Banana, like, is there any possibility we can get through this today?
Maybe.
Roosh is now back from the Canadian leg of his world tour, where there was a furious reaction to his article on rape. Montreal and Toronto tried to ban him, and he was even physically attacked in the street.
Oh my goodness, but that's not a problem or anything. Not compared to Laurie Penny's rape threats.
That doesn't count as oppression or anything. I'm not saying it does. I'm just wondering how your fucking language works.
How does this work? All of the pushback against
silence somebody.
All of the pushback against Roosh doesn't count as oppression.
Or
yet all of the pushy or violence, but all the greater pushback against Roosh doesn't count for oppression or violence. And I would say it is oppression and violence towards men. Roosh probably wouldn't say that, but it's not like a female speaker on his topic is going to get that kind of pushback. No fucking way, no sir. She can get even more edgelord hardcore.
Yeah.
And there's going to be no pushback to her. She could be touring her book where she says, how to rape underage boys. No pushback.
Yeah, Germaine Greer and that lovely book that she put out.
Yeah, no pushback. So women can go totally to the edge with this shit. And you can, and she would not experience the same level.
As much as I love people like Stephen Fry still goes on about how much he loves young boys and what he would do to them, even in the light of the fucking Jimmy Savile thing. Yeah, the idea of old men fucking young boys is still jolly good fun.
And old women fucking young boys, and
I have to wonder if maybe that if that shit's still encouraging the other shit. Maybe if we level this out a bit, there'd be less.
Yeah, if we stop treating boys like sexual conveniences. But anyway, my point is, Germaine Greer's Canadian tour is not going to involve a lot of protesting and physical violence. And yet Roosh's does. And this isn't evidence that Roosh has some legitimate, I don't know if he would agree, but theoretically, if he was at all sympathetic to men's rights, he might say, this might be evidence that men experience a disenfranchisement relative to women. So the pushback that Roosh experiences is not evidence of that, but the pushback that Laurie Penny experiences is, even though it's of an order of magnitude less.
Yeah.
The hypocrisy.
Oh yeah, no, it's completely retarded. This entire fucking thing has boiled down to, but women are weak and men are mean.
Now, I'm about to meet this mammoth of the manosphere in his own home.
There's only one mammoth in the manosphere.
Very good, thank you.
I haven't seen you in a while.
It's
The one who hunts the other mammoths.
Well, he's woolly. His beard is wild and woolly. I find it.
Okay, let's just get through this.
I maintain a clean home.
That's a big old apartment you got here.
Here's the bed. One of the signs I used in the lecture. I found a way to use it here.
Oh,
you know, I mean,
really?
just.
Please tell me you put that up for my benefit. Is
No,
that normally there?
I mean,
It's a nice piece of art, actually.
How the hell else is he supposed to prove enthusiastic consent?
stay here. Again, I know you already saw this sign in London, but I think there's another use of it that I can use here. And
I think that's cute. That's clever. Your face will be blurred for video production. I think that's cute. I do. Over the bed. Yeah.
When the good people have it, it's called a sense of humor.
Yeah, I know.
When people have it, it's called, I don't know, whatever you feel like calling it today, folks. Misogyny. Some kind
Malevolence.
Fucking anti-woman cult.
Yeah.
I work here, so all the genius that you may have come across that I've put out starts there.
Okay, wait a second. This is all right. I don't have a problem with what Roosh does or what he advocates, but genius.
No, he's being self-effacing too, right? You know, like it's like it's like anybody who's just sort of like, oh yeah, I'm a genius, blah blah blah. You know, it's just sort of it's a framing of things that
Like
is
a lot of, do you know what? A lot of people call me a
well. See,
genius, and it
and
pisses me off sometimes. So I continue to do whatever psychological self-flagellation is necessary for me
A
to
genius
forget
of
that so many
appealing to
people call
women.
me a genius. And I imagine, maybe Roosh gets that a lot, and he has different ways of dealing with it. He goes, yeah, whatever. People call me a genius. I guess I am. Yeah, I'll
well,
own it. In a way, Roosh owns it better than I do, because I'm
well,
like, oh, stop calling me a genius, you
okay,
dickheads.
okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because I mean, I recognize this kind of thing, right? That he was doing there. That was an invitation to this guy to call him on it and say something witty and one-upping him, right? At which point the game would continue and Roosh would one-up him and they'd do this whole shit-talking thing, right? This is an invitation to a type of masculine conversation that occurs among certain types of men where it's like, oh, this is where all the genius occurs, and then is like, oh yeah, no, I understand genius, like is I do all my genius from my iPhone. All I need, you need a whole fucking laptop. All I need is my iPhone, right? Or whatever. Like it's an invitation to a type of masculine discourse that Reggie failed to pick up on. I would not have failed to pick up on it, but
Yeah, let's just.
Is it pure muscle building foods?
Look at that. No, it's like, healthy food. We got vegetables, eggs, cheeses, whole foods.
Yeah.
Right? But sometimes if a girl comes over, you got to give her the supermarket champagne that I bought on sale.
Okay.
go. There you go. Super
Banana.
champagne that I bought on sale. It's perfect.
Cool. You can tell he doesn't cook though.
Well, no, he does. He probably does. Oh, look, he's got cutting boards and stuff. One in the dish rack, so he obviously does some cooking.
No, it's probably just mostly salads and meat, nothing complex.
Yeah,
What,
no.
what kind of stove does he have?
I suppose we can have a look. I do like his entire kitchen layout. I like this corner sink. But moving on.
Really spoiling.
But they don't know that. They don't know
Is it
that.
one of those shitty electronic flat top? Yes. That.
Oh, don't fucking give me that shit. That's what I have. Some of us don't have.
Yeah, but you don't have an expensive apartment like that. How can you have an expensive apartment like that and then just go with that shitty flat top electrical bullshit?
This isn't actually an expensive apartment, though. It's an apartment in Poland.
No, it's. Oh, okay, all right. Never mind.
Right, so it's a nice apartment, but by American standards, like as far as how much money is in it, it's not a whole lot.
I don't know. I guess it's just more manly to work with an open flame when you're cooking.
Oh, stop with the stereotypes.
How long has it been since you got back from Canada? All the world touring.
I've only been back for about five days.
Yeah.
I'm still recovering from the drama there. They took one article I wrote called How to Stop Rape. It was a satirical thought experiment that the way to reduce rape is to encourage women to take responsibility for.
There you go. There you go.
All right, so why did we even have to defend it? It was satirical.
Honestly, the only reason I think he's describing it as satirical is because he knows that no woman would ever actually take responsibility for herself. Or very few. But moving on.
What they do, and I said we should legalize rape, which of course is an absurd notion. But
I've actually read that.
Yeah, but they
I've read the piece, and you use the word satirical, and it's quite hard to find the satirical angle to it when you're actually reading it.
The point I'm trying to make is what would happen if we took this.
Sorry, I'm just bananaing.
This absurd notion and took it in a literal sense. Well, women would just take more care of themselves like they take care of their smartphone, their purse, and their car. But what the media did, they said he is a rape advocate.
Yeah, no,
Satire is bending the truth and admitting to some degree that you are bending the truth. What you people are doing is bending the truth and continuing to insist that this is the truth. Yeah?
Yeah. But I think that it's nice that they allowed him to defend himself. I think that that's probably the most fair thing that they've done in this entire fucking documentary.
I'm surprised at how indignant Roosh seems at how his rape article was taken.
Well, yeah, because he said it's satire. If
Well,
I say something is fucking satire, that's the end of it, Reggie.
Even
You
if
don't
it
get to
wasn't,
force your interpretation on people like this.
even if it wasn't satire, and I actually don't think it was satire because it wasn't written in the sort of the hyperbolic spirit of satire. I read it, right, and it didn't come off as satire. Even if it wasn't satire, the intention that he expressed very, very clearly and over in that article was that, this I would think would cause women to take responsibility for their own safety and would reduce the number of rapes, and therefore it would have a net benefit, right, in reducing the number of rapes and preventing the rape of women, right? Whereas the press, of course, interpreted everything he said as, I want to make it so that anybody can rape a woman anytime, anywhere, and have no consequences, which is essentially what the press ran with.
Right. Let me qualify that. You're right. The intention is not bad. The intention to reduce the number of rapes is not bad. And the reality, why doesn't he turn around and just say, Reggie, so you don't care about reducing the number of rapes?
Yeah, no, he should have. Maybe he did.
You don't care. Because this is a thought experiment.
Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he did say that, and Reggie didn't, include.
Or maybe Roosh just doesn't understand the language of victimhood. Maybe that's what got him this far, because he just doesn't speak it.
Yeah.
In a world run by people who speak it and only it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're very clever with the language of victimhood, but that's what you need to do. You never go on the defense. Never with these people. If Reggie says, why are you a rape apologist? You turn back, you say, Reggie, why are you being an rape enabler?
Yeah.
Why do you not care about reducing the number of rapes? Is this your real priorities? You don't give a shit if a woman's held down at knife point with a penis inserted inside her. You don't give a shit about that, do you, Reggie? All you care about is upholding your ideology. That victim blaming is worse than rape.
Yeah.
You just keep going on the attack. You never show throat with these people. Never.
Ever.
And to clarify my previous statement, yes, we can criticize whether or not something is satire. So obviously Senator McCaskill was advancing shit she genuinely believed. It was not satire.
There you go. It was half satire, half
satire, half genuine.
Yeah.
A fucking team of Harvard Jews wrote that up for her, and she looked at it beforehand and went, yes, this is acceptable, air quotes, satire for me to say on the air for you to write for me.
Yeah, anybody who's listening, you never show throat with these people. Always be on the offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Always. And push their fucking buttons. If their buttons are rape, if Reggie's button is rape, call him a rape enabler. Because he's misrepresenting what you're presenting.
Yep.
And just make it work. Just do the sleight of hand and make it work. Always put on the attack. If they're being polite, you can go on the attack in a subtle way.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're not, if they're coming right out with the fist swinging, you put yourself in a better position to start swinging back. Always be on the offensive.
All right. Moving on.
Video of his attack.
This is what happens when you give females choice. They choose to do this. This is me in a wig, and these girls are throwing drinks at me. And now the anger is coming up.
Okay, they're showing this. This is amazing, actually.
Come to Canada. How dare you come to Montreal?
This is a.
Sorry, I'm just pausing because I'm not watching the counter. I'm watching the video.
All because the media froth these people up.
What are you hoping to achieve by writing things like this, especially when you know that you're getting that kind of reaction?
Well, he didn't know he was getting that kind of reaction until he wrote it, and then that was the reaction. But let's continue.
Well, why should he, like, this really is blaming the victim.
Oh yeah, no, it's like why didn't he ask Laurie Penny? Well, why would you write that if you knew it would get this kind of reaction?
All right, but the thing is, again, Roosh, you're probably going to go on the defensive here.
Yeah, maybe. But okay, mute me for a second and keep talking, because
You go in the bathroom? Oh wait, I muted you, so you can't reply. All right, let's go ahead with that presumption, and I have absolutely nothing to talk about at this moment because.
Yeah, my head keeps emptying at like 15-second intervals.
It's like Roosh is not, like I said in a previous episode, Roosh really isn't in my wheelhouse. Pickup artists exist. I from what I've read, some of their stuff can be really useful, especially when it was working on men's confidence and sense of self-worth. But other than that, I just, like, in his rape article, I understood what he was trying to get at. He was trying to, in my opinion, this is my interpretation, so maybe I don't understand what he was trying to get at, but he was basically laying bare this almost this liberal conceit that it's better to not blame women or not have women take responsibility. They will sacrifice X number of women being raped if they can avoid having women, or presenting the idea that women have agency over their own lives to prevent themselves from being raped. I think that was
sounds. I won't call it reminiscent, but it all sounds a bit like certain other systems elsewhere in the world. Like we have to take away people's rights for their own protection. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's just. Well, yeah. Eventually, that's what's going to happen, which is what's really ironic about feminism. At some point, people are going to do cost-benefit analysis, and if you put women's safety on such a high pedestal, then eventually people will prioritize women's safety over their freedom, because they'll have to.
I mean, where do you think the edict that women in Saudi Arabia can't leave the house without a mahram with them, a male relative with them? Where do you think that comes from? Where do you fucking think that comes from?
Comes from the paternalistic pedestalization of women's safety, which is exactly what Reggie's at. And like, Reggie is actually, ladies, Reggie is the face of patriarchy.
But the thing is, though, is that a society that prioritizes women's safety to that degree, but places restrictions on them so that there are men who can be held individually responsible for her safety. So her male relatives are individually responsible for her safety, and she cannot leave the house without one of those people who has been assigned responsibility for her safety, right? That is a workable society. That is a workable society. It can actually function. You have assigned responsibility to a specific male. You have assigned a certain restriction on the freedom of the female that he is ordered to keep safe. Now, what feminists want is they want a society where women are free to do whatever the fuck they want, however dangerous, however risky, however retarded, right? And there will be men, any men, random men, any men in the vicinity, right? Those men are now responsible for her safety, even if they're rapists. Those rapists are responsible for her safety, right? That is not a workable society.
For those people who are going to argue that men should take this responsibility because it's men who are doing the harming of the women, I'm going to point something out to you. If you want an inborn, I'm going to use the word slave class, although that's really incendiary to a lot of people. If you want a group of people who will treat themselves as expendable, they will treat themselves as expendable. If you want a group of people, for example, in the Middle East, a group of men who are expendable in the service of getting resources for the few men who are allowed to reproduce, then those men are going to be distorted by that expectation. They're going to be more violent, because the sense of self-worth, a sense of self-worth is something that actually prevents violence, because you don't want to sacrifice yourself in the inaction of the violence. So if you want a group of people to be willing to sacrifice themselves, you have to deal with the resultant mental instability and problems that result from that. So, yeah, it's like this whole system it's not men's fault, and it's you don't make them responsible for. Well, I guess they.
Yeah, they keep talking about the Middle East like it's the opposite of over here. Like, even a lot of people of the manosphere maintain this idea that the Middle East is the opposite of over here. Well, the Middle East is the same as over here, but with much less money. That's what happens when the economy collapses. So you got a bunch of poor people over here saying, "Oh, those rich people over there are treating their women wrong because they don't fucking realize how much money they have." And all the rich people over here are pointing at the Middle East and saying they're treating their women wrong because we don't understand how fucking poor they are.
Yeah.
If we all just sort of snapped out to save the women situation, maybe we might go, oh, maybe we should stop with the same bullshit.
We are the Middle East. Like, guys, get this through your skulls. Our culture is the Middle East, stripped of all of its wealth, all of its ability to pay for extensive security, all of its ability to actually pacify these damaged men with pornography and games, and this is because they're damaged, not because of toxic masculinity, but damaged by the expectation that they treat themselves as expendable. They are us. That Reggie is. Oh God, this is gonna be so incendiary. Reggie is patriarchal Islam. All you need to do is put Reggie in a society where he does not have the money, or let's put him in charge of the women's, and in a society where he doesn't have the money to pay for all the security, all the police, all of the cameras, all of the other shit that keeps women safe. What Reggie is going to do to you, ladies, in that society, is he's going to say, okay, burqas, harems, and you can't leave your house without a male escort, because you have made him privilege your safety over everything else.
And probably you shouldn't go on the internet.
You see that you are my child. Tell everyone in the world that I'm you.
Like, it's so fucking frustrating, because the only reason why we don't have the restrictions on women that they have in other parts of the world is because we can afford to essentially impose obligations on random men, strange men, the police, right? Other people, right? Women can count on random men to intervene, right? Whether those random men are being paid to do it, the police, i.e., or whether, they're bystanders or whatever, right? We can count on them to intervene. In those Islamic countries, that job is not the job of random men. That's the job of the men in the woman's family who have her safety, who can be counted on to prioritize her safety, right? So, I mean, like, it's the exact same fucking system, right, in terms of it prioritizes women's safety at the expense of men, right? Do you think the mahram, right, the male relative, really fucking wants to drive her to the fucking shoe store today? Do you think he does? He's gonna do it because she'll make him miserable if he doesn't, right? But
and she rules the house.
Do you think he wants to spend his life that way, chauffeuring this woman around and being her bodyguard, essentially? He's her fucking bodyguard. Like, this is the whole fucking thing that pisses me off about, and women aren't free to leave their houses without a male relative. And it's like, those male relatives are put in the position of being bodyguards.
And chauffeurs.
Like,
yeah, a very wise man once said, woman's limitations are man's obligations. Mm-hmm. And trust me, Reggie is Sharia law. Reggie is Sharia law. You put him in that same situation, and he will make exactly the same choices to restrict women's freedoms. because he prioritizes women's safety. I mean, you can even see it in the exchange with Laurie Penny. Not once did he say, hey, wait, wouldn't you be restricting your own freedom of expression, Laurie? Wouldn't you? No, he doesn't give a shit. Even though he is advocating for things that also restrict women's freedom of expression, all he cares about is that somewhere, somehow, a woman is a victim.
Yeah,
That's his priority.
He didn't ask why. Well, why would you write about feminism if you know that this is the kind of response you're going to get, right? Like, he's like, why would you write that to Roosh if you knew this was the kind of result you'd get? Yeah, well, what Roosh got was 10 fucking times worse, or more, 100 times worse than what Laurie Penny gets, because what Laurie Penny gets is random fucking comments on the internet that can't actually hurt her. What Roosh got was a mob of people following him back to the hotel. He was walking backwards that whole fucking time because he
could have been killed.
He could not afford to turn his back on them.
But of course, it's justified when it happens to Roosh.
Yeah, I know, because he said something shocking, right? And nothing Laurie Penny has ever said is shocking to anybody or offensive to anybody.
You see, the thing is that here's the difference between Reggie looking at Roosh, and he doesn't even realize his contempt for women, Reggie's contempt for women. When he looks at Laurie Penny, he says, oh, she's a victim. There can possibly be any action that she took that instigated this, because that would require me recognizing that she can take action.
Yeah, she's
and look how small and frail and weak she is. She's just a little woman. And yet when Reggie looks at Roosh, he can recognize that personal agency, because it's another man, that he cannot when he looks at women. That is the face of paternalistic
protection.
Patriarchy.
Yeah.
That Reggie is the face of it, ladies. And in the right circumstance, he will be the one telling you to wear a burqa and only be escorted by your family member, because he will not recognize agency. And the funny thing is that he keeps throwing up these ultra patriarchal shit that Roosh is saying, but Roosh actually respects women's agency more than Reggie does.
Yeah.
It's in his satirical, what he's called satirical, but this thing that he advanced. Women are their primary caretaker. Women are their primary defenders.
Women are the primary arbiters of their own
circumstance, right in what he was proposing. And also, he is respecting women to say no, or the real no, which is getting dressed and leaving. He's respecting them enough to take responsibility. Reggie isn't. Reggie is the paternalistic force that will remove your rights one day, ladies. And you are all behind him, cheering him like the big walrus in the top of his fucking harem he is.
There you
God
go.
fucking damn it.
Like, imagine a planet populated by Wookiees and Ewoks. Like, to a passerby, it would look as though Wookiees are the bad guys, right? Because it's easy not to realize at first that Ewoks are fucking assholes. And if those two species were to live together, then, the Wookiees would have to be quite patient, and the Ewoks wouldn't. And after a few generations, the narratives would get a bit muddled up. And there'd be some Ewoks saying, please don't treat us like we're cute. We're not cute. Some of us are assholes. Some of us are complete dicks. And most of those Wookiees are awesome. The Wookiees are never violent unless they absolutely have to be. And you're just shouting those Ewoks down saying, no, you will not defend the Wookiees. You are cute. You are my teddy bear. Shut up. I'm not having it.
I'm not your fucking teddy bear, Reggie.
All right.
All right, moving on.
My boyfriend just walked into the room, grabbed his junk, and now he's walking away. All right, that means we got to finish up.
Yeah, we got like 3 minutes left, so.
Okay, well, we not that I'm saying anything untoward's going to happen. I just have to go to the grocery store and get dinner and stuff. So
let's just blaze through this.
All right.
Ask ourselves, are we going to self-censor? How far are we willing to go to apply a filter to what we believe is right to free speech? My goal as a writer is to make sure that my ideas spread far and wide. So, of course, satire is going to be misinterpreted. But to be misinterpreted...
Banana.
interpreted by everyone in Canada, all the media, and even the politicians who came out against me, seems to be a deliberate action of theirs to paint me as someone that I'm not.
Rouge can't seem to see himself as anything but the victim in this.
Oh my fucking God!
Really?
Sat down and you spent an hour with Lori Penny.
Really? Well,
And
God forbid a man...
occurred to you that she is determined to see herself as the victim in this.
No, but she's playing the proper role. You see, Rouge is apostate. As a man considering himself a victim, that's apostate to Reggie. Men can't have vulnerabilities and need protection for their speech.
Rouge isn't even asking for protection. He's asking for freedom.
I don't even think, it's just, that doesn't... How did he make himself out to be a victim? Oh, well, Reggie is just essentially poisoning the well.
Oh my
He's mad. He thinks of himself as a victim.
The difference between Josh and like Laurie. If I could went to Josh and said, "Oh, I can't say these things," and then he went to Laurie and said, "Fuck, I lost my train of thought again." But you know what I mean? It's like Josh doesn't get to frame things in terms of his relationship with girls, even though he didn't. I get to make that up and say you can't do that. And by the way, Laurie gets to completely, absolutely do that, and it's fine because that's women's role.
Yeah.
And you know, Josh is going outside his role by doing the same thing that women do, and that's not allowed.
Even though Josh didn't do it.
Gender roles here because we don't believe in strict gender roles here. You people are mental. I'll keep saying it.
Rouge has not strayed, right, from his prescribed role of masculinity here. He has not said, "I'm the victim." He has merely expressed reality, right? He wrote something. He knew it was incendiary. He knew it was controversial. He meant it as satire. I don't know about that, but whatever. That's what he's saying, right, is that he intended it as satire, right? And every single person in the press and all of the politicians interpreted it in a certain way and inflamed the public that led to him being physically and verbally assaulted. Okay? Physically endangered on the streets of Montreal by people who get away with this shit, right? How many people were arrested from the Warren Farrell protest where they were even assaulting police officers? None. Right? How many people got arrested after the Nathanson and Young protest where they pulled the freaking fire alarm, held the fucking doors shut when people were trying to evacuate, and were wearing masks? All of those things illegal. None. No arrests. Not even a fucking condemnation by their... No discipline by the university. Nothing. Right? These people that Rouge was dealing with on the street have essentially legal impunity to do whatever the fuck they want, right? And he is the target. And he's the target because something that he wrote was taken in the worst possible, the least charitable fucking light, right? And it wasn't just taken that way by Jezebel and Feministing and Feministe and The Guardian. No, it was taken that way by fucking politicians who tried to get him banned from entering Canada. That is institutional fucking discrimination, Reggie. I don't understand how you can't see this. When you have politicians saying, we don't like what this guy says, so we want to keep him out of this country. When you have people assaulting him on the street and nobody gets arrested.
Okay, can I interject here? Because I know exactly what Reggie's doing, and I'm going to build on Mike. And you're absolutely right, Karen. I'm not interjecting because I don't disagree. I'm just building on what Mike said and some stuff that I've been seeing so far. Reggie, who's presumably, I don't know, not a feminist or something, but still, he's using traditional gender roles to manipulate this entire situation.
Yes.
Lori Penny gets a pass on playing victim because she's a woman. No question there. Reggie is not just not allowing Josh and Rouge to play the to play the victim. He is actually presenting them as playing the victim themselves.
Why not?
when they're not. And he's doing so because he knows instinctively that when a man plays a victim, we are disgusted. We are disgusted with him. So he's essentially slandering them by presenting them as having played the victim, both Josh and Roosh. And he's using traditional gender roles to manipulate this entire narrative. And you know what's so funny? Is that the most sinister misogynist I see in this entire show, if I were to go there, which is me playing the victim, by the way, is Reggie!
Yeah.
He is the most sinister misogynist in this entire show. The fact that he didn't even recognize what Roosh was getting at, that Roosh was actually trying to reduce, that he was advancing an idea, whether or not it was satirical, that actually was to reduce the number of women raped. He doesn't. Reggie is not prioritizing reducing the number of women raped. Otherwise, he would have engaged in that scenario on those terms. He's not prioritizing that. That's not what he's picking up. What he's picking up is that his ideology is being threatened. That women might be able to take responsibility for their own protection, have agency to do that. Maybe victim blaming is not more important than reducing the number of rapes. This is what he picked up from that his ideology was being threatened. And that makes him fucking sinister. And then all of the fucking paternalism that he's just exuding. The fact that he's using traditional gender roles to manipulate the narrative. He's putting words in these men's mouths, pretending like they're playing the victim when they're not, and doing so in order to make them look worse. Because he, on some level, must know that society hates, despises men who play the victim. At the same time, as he's got this paternalistic glow, as he's watching this little girl play the victim for him, parade around in her little slave outfit. I'm the victim, so you don't have to be Reggie. You don't have to be Reggie. I can play that role for you, Reggie. Reggie, I'll be your little victim for you. And all of that is completely missed by most women. I am fucking astounded that you have not picked this up, ladies. You have not picked up that Reggie is the biggest misogynist in this fucking show.
Yeah.
And that he is the face of your loss of rights. When the circumstance is correct. Because he prioritizes your safety, paternalistically, he prioritizes your safety over recognition of your personhood, recognition of your right to autonomy, and your right to do as you wish with your life. Roosh has nothing on Reggie. Nothing that Roosh has said is in a... I don't even know if he's advancing this stuff that he's saying seriously. But I don't think he would have the stomach for an honest-to-God patriarchy. Reggie does have a stomach for that.
Roosh was asserting it in a serious way. Like, fuck, whatever. Like, it's acknowledging women's personhood. It's acknowledging them as entire human beings. You know?
Not just not just icons or pedestalized, holy...
Women are an appendage to men like Reggie.
Yeah, they're an appendage. They're an appendage. They're just basically Reggie projecting the inside of his own skull onto a person who actually has their own personhood, but because it's the projection of the inside of Reggie's own skull, he does not perceive it.
Yeah, and a lot of these women don't perceive it either.
And the thing is that, ladies, it is not the men who say things like Roosh who are dangerous. It's the men who can convince themselves that your safety is more important than anything. Your safety is more important than your life. Your safety is more important than whether or not you get raped. These guys can convince themselves of anything. I had that happen on one of my channels. That I alluded to it earlier. Somehow, my safety as a woman was more important than my life. Because, internalized misogyny, I had to be saved from it, from some shit. That's scary. Yeah. Because you can, a guy like Roosh, there are limits. A guy like Reggie, there are no limits.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because he'll justify it to himself.
A guy like Roosh is, any guy who's willing to put in 4 hours of fucking foreplay isn't a rapist. I'm sorry. But he's just not. He wants to be desired.
Yeah, he does. He's willing to put that much effort into it. You know,
Yeah.
Reggie, like I said, it's the guys who are absolutely convinced of the preeminence of your safety that will do everything, anything, even make you unsafe, to make them safe, make you safe in the context of how they understand it. Reggie
Yep.
would say that prioritize not victim blaming you over preventing you from being raped.
Yep.
Think about that. Think about how fucked up that is, and how fucked up, the kind of fucked up things he could rationalize, if he can rationalize that.
It's not just him. It's not just him, okay? But it's been what, 40 fucking years of feminist crap that he's been absorbing from the culture, because female feminists think the exact same fucking thing, right? Female feminists think the exact same fucking thing, and they have been taught, just like Lori Penny, oh, any woman who talks about feminism online is going to get this, right? So I don't have to examine the things I say and consider whether maybe they're harming or upsetting other people, right? Or maybe they're actually really hateful. I don't have to, because it's just because I talk about feminism and this is just the way things happen and it's not anything that I did, right?
I'm just a little girl.
You know,
A naive little girl trying to interface with the big bad world.
You know, like these feminists can say the most hateful things about men, right? And not just a particular man, but all men. They can drive men to tears on fucking camera. They can cause men to lose their fucking honorary positions at the University College of London, right? They can cause all kinds of mayhem in men's lives, but they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing, right? It was all those men, right? It wasn't that these feminists lied. Oh my goodness, Connie St. Louis lied and lied and lied and bald-faced lied about Tim Hunt. Lied like a fucking rug, okay? Cost him a whole bunch of shit, and oh yeah, she never has to answer for that. She never has to, because she didn't do nothing.
Well, because we live in a society where men like Reggie, and this should chill any woman listening to your bone, will prioritize your safety over your personhood.
And not just your safety from bad things that might happen to you, but your safety from your own choices, like your choice to fucking lie and lie and lie and then lie like a fucking rug.
Yep. But they will prioritize your security and your safety over your personhood. And if you don't understand how dangerous that is, get a clue.
Yeah, and be very wary of feminists and the like, or quasi-feminists like Reggie, who claim they're all about changing the system so men are more about talking about their feelings. We're all about breaking men out of that gender role so that they're able to talk about their feelings. Well, this whole documentary has been about various kinds of men talking about their feelings. This is what those people do when men talk about their feelings. They fucking jumble reality into whatever the fuck they feel like until men are wrong about talking about their feelings. Whatever those feelings are, as long as those feelings do not pertain directly to women are goddesses and men are demons.
And then they'll complain that men are paranoid about sharing their feelings. But Banana.
Okay, Banana.
Despite so many people's horror and what he wrote, I'm wondering if he will
so many people's horror, because consensus is now truth. Right? 2 + 2 = 5. Everyone agrees. So many people were offended. So many people were offended by what he wrote. That makes what he wrote wrong, right? Like freaking Ignaz Semmelweis. So many people in the medical community were offended by his admonition that people wash their hands between handling a corpse and delivering a fucking baby, right? They were offended by that. They were so offended by it that he died in a mental institution, right? He was committed to a mental institution because they thought he was a fucking quack, right? After one full year at a hospital that he was working at, where he reduced mortality rates by 90%, right? Where there would have previously been 100 deaths due to infection, he reduced that to 10 just by getting his staff to wash their hands. And then the medical establishment made their consensus. And their consensus was that he was a fucking quack and he belonged in a mental institution.
Yep, consensus and offense were definitely the two greatest forces of good throughout human history.
Absolutely 100%.
Once upon a time, people were offended by doctors washing their hands. Look a couple of centuries into the future. What do you think the stories will be? Once upon a time, people were offended by... Yeah, fill in the blanks.
All right, Banana. Come on, Karen.
Once upon a time, people were offended by the idea that blacks and whites should go to the same schools.
Okay.
That was the consensus.
And I'm offended by the fact that time meter isn't larger or longer or less.
Banana.
Take any responsibility.
Oh, he's not taking any responsibility? I don't see him not taking responsibility. Let me just move it backwards a little.
Despite so many people's horror at what he wrote, I'm wondering if he will take any responsibility for what he's telling young men about sex.
Sorry.
This is why men, particularly mixos on the internet, don't want to show their faces or, understandably their voices, because even if they do, they will still be told they're irresponsible. So why give them a fucking inch?
It's infuriating. It's infuriating. He's not taking responsibility for what he tells people, right? Well, why didn't you ask Lori Penny whether she takes responsibility for what she tells people? Like, fuck you, you stupid. Because so many people reacted, were offended by what she said. So many people reacted negatively. Why isn't she taking responsibility for what she says online? Oh my fucking God!
Just unplug it. All right, let's just get forward a bit.
Honey, phone your mom.
All right.
The things that really troubled me, particularly from a point of view of someone who has a younger brother who is in his teens, if he were to read that book, for instance, and read the passage, no means no until it means yes, I'd be really concerned about what that might do in his mind.
Okay, what? So you want your sisters to blossom, but you don't want your younger brother to be a... What the fuck? Where the fuck is your brain?
No does mean no until it means yes. Like, honestly, my uncle, I have an uncle, Fernie, he was a little bit of a firecracker. And one of the things that he did that was... Well, okay, here's the deal. When he was 10, he was skating on a frozen pond in Victoria, which, if anybody knows anything about Victoria, they would know that you don't skate on frozen ponds in Victoria. But he was skating with a bunch of friends, and he and a friend went through the ice, and his friend pushed him up and out, stood on the bottom and pushed him up and out, and his friend didn't make it. So ever since that day, he figured he was not going to live. He had a death wish. He figured he was not going to live past 40. So he did a lot of really weird things. He accidentally cut a finger off at work, put it in a fucking... Instead of going to the hospital and trying to get it reattached, he put it in a fucking box and carried it around for weeks to show all of his friends, right? I mean, he was a little bit of a nutty guy. Anyhow, he was driving a city bus for a living a while, when he was in his 20s. And he really, really, really liked this one woman who rode his bus every day. And he actually would sort of ask her out for a date and stuff, and she'd say no and whatever. And then one day he let her off the bus and then chased her down. Like, he followed her down the street in the bus and kept opening the doors and saying, "I really would like to take you out to dinner," right? And she'd be like, "No," right? And and they went down like 10 city blocks this way, and all the people on the bus were laughing because that's what people actually did when men would do these absurd things way back when, right? And he would drive another block and he'd open the doors and he'd yell, "I want to take you out to dinner." And finally she said yes. They ended up married for like 50 fucking years.
Sometimes the best anecdote is a joke, right? It's a fairly well-known joke. There's 4 kinds of orgasm: positive, negative, religious, and fake. Positive is oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Negative is oh no, oh no, oh no. Religious is oh God, oh God, oh God. And fake is oh Reggie, oh Reggie, oh Reggie. You exchange Reggie for whoever you're targeting. It works. But everyone finds that joke funny, and they forget that the second parameter is negative. Oh no, oh no, oh no, and that is a kind of orgasm, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's essentially you're just like there's so much ambiguity with people, like with people and their emotions, and I'm sure that my aunt, right, was receptive even though she was saying no, and that he could see that she was receptive even though she was saying no. And so he did this grand gesture, right, of following her for 10 city blocks and opening the doors every block and calling out, "I want to take you to dinner," right? Like it was she wanted a grand gesture. She wanted him to prove that he was really interested.
Yeah,
right?
well, there's there's that grand gesture, and there's also like, I mean, there's body language. You can interpret body like, I mean, people can have a different body language to what they're saying. And I mean, because if Roosh is like, you know, with a woman, and she's like, I don't know if we should do this, while she's like dripping down, you know, pulling his pants off, getting his erect penis out of his underwear and mounting him. I mean, obvious body language is saying something there.
Yeah,
You know?
no, and I have the feeling that if she was like doing actual resistance rather than token resistance, that he would have, you know, like there is a difference, right?
Yeah, and I can articulate the difference. I can articulate the difference.
Your mouth can be saying no while your body's saying yes, and your mind is saying yes, and your mouth can be saying yes while your body and your mind is screaming no.
But you're still responsible for that. Yes, sorry, sorry, folks, but I can explain the difference between token resistance and actual resistance. Because the people who put on token resistance, there is a point where their body language, if they turn away from you and start redressing themselves, that is a no. That is the definite no.
Mm-hmm.
If someone is saying no, but they're not turning away from you, not redressing themselves, or even going so far,
their hand out of your pants, yeah.
Yeah, not going so far to de-escalate the sexual encounter, then this is probably token resistance, and people know that.
Yeah.
People know that. You know instantly when someone turns away from you and redresses themselves that they're not happy. They're not happy. But if somebody isn't doing that and is saying no, but still enticing you on, or even just not doing anything further, some sort of body language is happening there, unless they're paralyzed or so drunk that they're unconscious, well, there is a disconnect between what they're saying and their body language, and that is token resistance.
Yeah.
And it is perceptibly different.
Yeah.
It is perceptibly different. A person who's offering real resistance is pulling their body out of the situation, trying to shield themselves, trying to get more dressed, you know.
Yeah.
This is the real dividing line, in my opinion. And
yeah.
I hate to say it, because now the token resistance people will play with that.
Yeah, well, but you know, like honestly, there have been times when I've had one of the most exciting sexual encounters of my life was with somebody. The last coherent words I spoke were "we shouldn't." Right?
Yeah.
And it was absolutely stunning. Oh my God! Call your mother. Do it!
Fap, 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 fap.
Fucking hell.
All right. Let's finish this off. I think we have like 3 minutes left, Karen. 3 minutes. We can do this.
Not his mother this time. Okay. It's my sister. I'll fucking kill her. Okay, moving on.
Understand, but I don't agree that the writing I share crosses a line. I advocate for consensual sex, but we have to understand how sex actually happens. We both know that if you bring a woman into your apartment and she, with a smile, says, "No, we're not going to do anything,"
yeah, that she means I want you to convince me. You know that.
Does that actually mean no? Is that when you stop and ask her to leave? Of course, no means no. And I have to state that. Then you stop, wait until she is ready to go farther, and then you go on.
But in your book, you talk about a situation where there's a woman who's half asleep and you jammed it in, I believe is the word.
Okay, I'm just bananing.
That you used, which is so horrible.
But haven't you done that when a girl was half asleep? A girl that you already had sex with. You've never done it. It wasn't the first time I had sex with her.
No.
He's never done that. Oh my God.
Half asleep. Was she resisting at all? Like, is she just half asleep?
Like, honestly,
because this guy never had morning sex.
Or morning wood, like, and morning head. Like would Reggie charge his fiance with rape if she was like, oh, he's half asleep and he's got this very convenient morning erection. I think I want to wake him up with something pleasant. Would he?
That's blasphemy, Karen. Human sexuality isn't a pleasant thing.
Oh, right. It's always, always, always unpleasant and horrible. You're right. Okay, and
you should feel bad.
And men are lucky if they can convince women to degrade themselves for long enough to actually, like, come into sexual contact with them.
But at the same time, women should be totally enthusiastic and consenting to this thing that's horrible and degrading.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely 100%. Fuck.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, you're not, Reggie. You would totally stick it in your wife while she's half asleep. Fuck you.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure you've had sex with girls who were on some kind of alcohol or something else. Does that mean that you raped them? Of course not. So if you want to examine every instance, every thrust, maybe you can find something. But this can happen to every man.
There you go. It can.
You remember, Reggie's already admitted that he's actually afraid of a false rape accusation. You should, it's actually Reggie, you are probably in a very bad position in that score, I would say.
Well, just from your melanin levels, yeah.
Yeah, and also being public figure.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he's going to have to cling to the at least feminist friendly. Like I think Mike or you were saying, he's going to have to cling to that feminist friendly facade for the rest of his life. Because if he ever gets off that, there are the dragons.
I imagine Cosby tried to cling to it, but then he went conservative, and look what the fuck happened, eh?
Yeah. Gian Gomeshi didn't even fucking do nothing as far as straying from the feminist narrative, right? And frankly, I think that he's probably the one person out of all of the where it actually seems to be relatively clear cut that he actually did some horrible things. But
half asleep is aware, Reggie. It's aware.
Not only that, I mean, there has to be some kind of understanding that, when you're lying, go away, child. I don't want to talk about sex with my 13-year-old frickin' hanging over my shoulder. Just fucking go. Anyhow, so you're gonna sit like at the other end of the couch. That's great. When you have to have some understanding of sex as a natural process of two people who have had sex, maybe very, very explosive, wonderful, incredible sex, right? And they are lying together sleeping, and that there is this sense that the intimacy does not end at the end of the sexual encounter, that it does not end when the guy blows his load, that there is a remaining intimacy there. There is you're lying there. She's the little spoon and you're the big spoon, right?
Ongoing intimacy.
You've been sleeping that way, right? In each other's arms all night, right? It's an ongoing, intimate kind of little bubble, right? That is a little bit different and needs to be viewed a little bit different than a guy who goes up to a girl he's never met on the dance floor who happens to be twerking and just pulls her panties aside and shoves his dick in her.
Yeah, that's a bit different.
It's a little different.
And it's like they don't perceive that. And yes, you know, if your partner goes totally like, I don't know, exorcist one day and then starts to, you know, violently rape you, yeah, that's different.
Well, or if you're half asleep and you're like, "Fuck, dude, get off me," right? Then he needs to get off you.
Yeah, but if you're half asleep and that's happening and it's unpleasant, you usually get way asleep. The thing is, that's the thing about sex. Or I would imagine, because I don't think that this has ever happened to me, but I imagine if it was, or sleep, if it was an unpleasant experience, you're awake, you know, in 1 second.
Yeah. No, and you're like, "What the fuck? Get off," right?
Yeah, if it's a pleasant experience, you can still be half asleep during it. If it's unpleasant, you're awake.
Yeah, no, and it's like you can be lying there going, "Oh, this is really nice. I'm like half asleep and this is happening to me. This is great." Right? And I'm sure this is the way a lot of guys feel when their women give them morning head.
Yeah, it's like, but if once it becomes unpleasant in the slightest degree, you're usually fully awake.
I mean, who hasn't
Instantly.
fallen asleep to some degree during sex? Maybe not completely into unconsciousness.
It's
Who hasn't gone a bit boss-side during sex at some point? And at that point, is it rape, you know, because you're slightly less conscious than you were before?
Oh man, I fell asleep once with my boyfriend's dick in my mouth. Just saying.
All right, let's because we're pretty much in the home stretch. We're rounding, you know, third base.
All right, did he rape me though? Because he didn't
No.
realize I was asleep until like I don't know, maybe 30 seconds later, and pulled my head off of his dick.
No. You're right. There's an ongoing intimacy with sexual partners. It doesn't mean, you know, that they can totally
It doesn't mean that
go
they
ape
are allowed
shit.
to completely violate your consent, but you know, it does imply a certain implicit consent to intimate activities.
And that's the thing. Like I remember reading about this feminist conception of relationships, and I'm like, I don't even want this. I feel violated reading this.
Yeah.
There's a certain level of ongoing intimacy in my relationship that's just there all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to view my partner's body as some sort of toxin that he needs constant monitoring and for consent to. And I don't think he wants me to view his body the same way. I mean, or to view my body as some sort of toxic element that needs to be safely contained by words. This is the most hideous and disgusting. It feels fucking offensive.
No, it feels really unnatural and really, really, really divisive. It's essentially saying that like every single, even with people who've just freaking banged each other's brains out, right? Now you're starting from scratch. Now you're starting from like, yeah, you're total strangers, and you have to like work your way up and ask for permission at every escalation and all of
I
this.
just realized something.
What?
They treat sex like a fucking lizard, like sociopaths. They
They
don't
treat
seem to
them like
understand.
lawyers. Like
What?
lawyers. Like
Well,
lawyers.
they're not even lawyers. Like, they don't seem to understand the concept of intimacy or emotional relationships. So the idea that emotional relationships makes actually sex, like sex that would otherwise be non-consensual, consensual. Like having a relationship, having an emotional, and I don't mean that in terms of violent sex. I mean that in terms of your twerking example.
Yeah.
If your husband or your boyfriend did that while you were twerking at home, it's an entirely different situation than if you're doing that on a fucking dance floor with a complete stranger.
Yeah.
Like there's an emotional aspect to sex that they seem to completely lack the understanding of.
Yeah. No,
And
they don't see it as a form of intimacy. They see it as
creepy
power.
as fuck.
They see it as power. That's all they see it as.
We need to not let the sociopaths dictate how sex should be viewed.
I agree. All right, moving on. Banana.
Rich, thank you for having me in your home. No more articles on how to rape women.
No, I think I'm done with the rape issue. I think I've made the point. You know?
No more articles on how to rape women?
Why did you... I think he's being sarcastic, but Reggie's doing the whole... He's doing the trick of, I'm going to treat him like a dangerous person, therefore everybody's going to see him as such.
He's going to say that his articles were about how to rape women, not about how for women to avoid rape. All right. because
his reaction was just, oh, oh yeah, okay, I won't.
yeah, whatever.
His reaction wasn't, oh, shut up, I didn't do that, because he just takes it. You see, quite a lot of men's rights activists would sort of respond what you might call reactively to that. And this is why people think we're pussies, because we don't just take it. We don't just say, oh, by the way, you what you just said there was a lie. Can you not say that?
Yeah.
But look at this body language. Look at how Reggie is manipulating this entire exchange with his body language. He's indicating, he's telegraphing that Roosh is a threat.
Yeah.
And the way he's being short and the way he's established himself as like the moral arbiter in this situation because he's got the women's benefit in greater mind than Roosh, even though he fucking doesn't.
Yeah.
And he's the scariest man is a man who thinks he knows your benefit.
Oh yeah.
Better than you do.
Yeah.
And Reggie is that man.
Oh,
and it's so funny because he's turned the threat narrative on Roosh. And yet, for myself, as a woman, the scariest man in that room is Reggie.
Oh, yeah, no, I have absolutely no fear of Roosh. I mean, the worst thing that he's going to ever tell me is I should grow my hair long.
Yeah, it's probably the worst thing would be no.
Yeah.
And, it's like, Roosh is not scary. Nothing that he said is scary. I did a thought experiment of how to reduce the amount of women might be raped. I take no for an answer. But I don't necessarily take no for an answer forever. Yeah. What the fuck is scary about that, Reggie? The fact that you can turn Roosh into a danger to women and then self-righteously mount your white horse is more scary. Yeah, because what else can you turn into a danger to women?
Woman and throw her across your saddle whether she wants you to or not.
Yeah, what else can you make into a danger to women?
Yeah.
Our own rights? Our own freedoms? Our own lack of burqas?
Yeah.
Like I said, this guy Reggie is one situation away from being an advocate of Sharia law because he puts your safety as a woman well ahead of recognition of your personhood. And then he turns around and he says men who recognize your personhood are somehow bad men.
Yeah, they're rapey. Yeah.
No, say no, and I'll stop. But I might try again a little bit later when you seem receptive. My fucking God, that's a real horrible person there, Reggie. And yes, you have fucked women who are drunk, and you have fucked a woman who is half awake. And the fact that you don't seem to be you can't seem to understand Roosh's argument that emotions make sex different, sort of is scary too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you view sex, Reggie? How do you view it? Do you actually?
As a government agent, yeah. Once again, it is nothing personal, Reggie, but you are acting as a government agent because you're doing this on behalf of the BBC. Whoever was put in your role would have to act the part of the government agent, Reggie. Yeah, this is what's so scary. That this is what the government is doing with its agents.
Yeah. All right.
But it's like this. Oh, fuck it.
Banana.
Yeah, you made a point.
Okay, man. Take it down. Sure.
It was an issue when I was growing up, and it seems to be an issue now, and that is that young men need role models. They always have, and they always will.
Okay, but who did you talk to? You're like, young men need role models. They always have, and they always will. Uh-huh. Okay, so the only people that you've talked to in this who could possibly be role models for young men are Roosh and Josh.
You spent much more time talking about Roosh.
Well, yes, but but what are you proposing as far as male role models go?
And it just seems as though this movement is providing role models, just a different kind to the ones that I agree with.
Oh, that you agree with. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. Role models that are different to the ones I agree with. You know what? Fuck you, Reggie. I'm giving you the finger right now. I am giving the finger to my screen, right? I don't actually usually do this kind of thing because I know it's pointless, but I'm going to actually do it now, and I'm going to say I'm doing it. I am giving you the finger. Oh, role models that you don't agree with. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't want you as a role model for my boys.
Okay, here's the thing. Reggie, the one boy that you've mentioned throughout all of this was your younger brother. And the only concern you seem to have to him, in regards to him, was whether or not he would rape a girl. So your only concern for the boy in your lives, and presumably the boys in their lives, is how they treat women. So right there, you are teaching boys that their own emotions don't matter, and that they should treat themselves as expendable, their internal lives as expendable, and that they only relate in existence to how they treat women, how they secure women's safety. You are the fucking problem, Reggie. You are the problem. Because
Agreed.
you are teaching boys that they are expendable. And when you treat someone that they are expendable, guess what? They act like it.
Yeah. You know,
You
like
sanctimonious fuck.
I would rather have my kids, my boys, and my daughter, for that matter, read all of Rucha's books, right? Than watch this series of Extreme UK, because my sons would read Rucha's books. They would take what they wanted, right, and what they thought they could apply given their own personal morality that I have raised them with, and that their dad has raised them with, and that my boyfriend has helped raise them with, right? They would take what is useful to them, and they would discard the rest if they found it abhorrent or not for them, right? I would have my daughters read Rucha's books so that she can be that woman, that daughter that one man in the audience was in the first 20 minutes of this documentary, that she can be the one who avoids falling for a guy like Ruch, right? And she can choose to fall for a guy like Ruch with her eyes wide open, with her eyes absolutely wide open, and know that this is one night of banging, and then I'm just going to be a notch on his belt and a chapter in his book, right? That's all I'm going to be, and if that's what I choose and that's what I want for tonight, then that's what I'll do. But if that's not what I want, I know how to, to not fall into that, right? I would rather have all of my fucking kids exposed to Ruch, because when you get down to the kernel of things, when you get down to the root, the very, very nitty gritty, right? Deep under the salt that you've poured all over everything, right? What Ruch is telling people, men and women, is a truth, right? He's saying women have minds. Their minds encourage them to do certain things. You can manipulate their minds so that they feel attracted to you, so that they are willing to do certain things. These are all, even if they're not the truth, these are a truth, right? That he is telling. He's not varnishing it. He's not coding it in some freaking crap gender political paradigm that completely dismisses the humanity and the choices of women, and puts all of the onus on men to give women everything that they want, even though what they want may change from moment to fucking moment, right? This is what Ruch is doing, right? And I would rather have my 3 fucking kids read every book in Ruch's freaking repertoire than watch any one of your series, because all you do is fucking lie.
And the other thing is that he's more dangerous. Ruch didn't establish himself as Ruch didn't establish himself as anybody's moral superior. This guy does. So this guy gets to dictate how people are going to experience their identities. So girls have a particular role to play in his cosmology, and boys have another role to play in his cosmology. And he's the worst kind of gender traditionalist because he is not at all aware of his gender traditionalism. Not in the slightest. It's completely unconscious and unexamined for him.
Yeah.
And he's going to perpetuate that. And he's going to perpetuate that kind of abusive, holier than thou moral crusade. And it's despicable. You are the problem.
At every fucking step in this documentary, people were challenging his preconceived notions in that regard, and he just put a wall up and said, okay, I'm not going to listen to that. Oh, but I still feel, oh, but Roosh is still a bad guy. Oh, but, he's still actually rapey. Oh, but, Josh O'Brien must have had some, he's acting on some kind of something that, happened to him, even though he said there wasn't anything. And oh, what horrible thing could make a young man his age feel this way, even though he said there wasn't anything except for looking at the facts. Right?
He never answered his question either, unless he does in the last minute and a half. What is making men do this? Well, in Roosh's case, men are buying his books with the hopes of getting laid.
Yeah,
and maybe having a little sense. And Roosh is simply, from what I've read of pickup artistry, it's just, women have minds, they have intentions, they have motivations. This is how to appeal to them.
Yeah.
In a social sense.
Yeah,
this
no.
It's generate desire in a social sense. It's not even manipulation.
It's no different. It's no different than than sending a woman to get a makeover.
No, it's just women are social creatures. They develop desire based on social cues. Learn to have these social cues that women develop desire based on. Yeah. And it's as simple as fuck. It's not even as dangerous as the word manipulation.
No.
Anyway, but like I said, Roosh is not setting himself up as being a moral superior, but this guy is, and that makes him dangerous.
Yes.
I know. But let's what's his conclusion? Like, he's asked this question repeatedly. Why are young men angry and frustrated? So what's your conclusion? Maybe because their older brothers only give a shit about how they potentially could hurt women. Maybe that's why young men are angry.
Oh my goodness, could that be? Maybe it's because a lot of these men are raised without fathers who are there to tell them, yeah, women aren't anything special, right? They didn't grow up watching their mom and their dad interact in the same household where, the dad actually zinged mom on a regular basis. All they have is this steady diet of freaking mass media where women are zinging men constantly and where their mom is the one and she's constantly shit talking about, oh, your father is such a shithead and he's such a freaking deadbeat and blah, 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 and you're just like him, right? Maybe that has something to do with all of this, right?
I think we're losing Mike, though. Let's finish this up.
No, I'm still trying to think of things to say, but you guys are on a roll. Keep rolling.
All right, we're gonna banana now. In honor of the amazing atheist.
I think if you've got a man to look up to that is telling you that you'll be all right and that is showing you how to navigate this weird world, then you might just survive. But if you've got someone whose view is massively skewed and massively influenced by their own inadequacies...
Oh, you fucking dick!
So says the man who brushed up against his own vulnerability and ran away screaming like Zoidberg. Woo! Like, Jesus Christ!
So says the man who looked horrified at the suggestion that he would put his penis in his own fiancée after a night of sweaty sex and 3 hours of sleeping skin to skin, that he might actually take it upon himself to insert his penis into her body and have the faith, right? The faith and the intuition and the understanding that would be welcome.
Well, God forbid. I mean, our actual emotions don't actually change sex. Sex is always just an issue of pure physical, like, oh God, yeah, let's finish this.
When women want better things for themselves, they're empowering themselves, and when men and indeed boys want better things for themselves, they're just focusing on their inadequacies.
Yes,
Because we call the same thing different things for men and women, you see, because we don't believe in rigid binary gender roles. Mental.
We don't. We absolutely fucking don't. I'm so
So close.
This
So close. We're so close to being done.
This final fucking my final thoughts, you know, like on Jerry Springer, final thoughts, right? This is like the quintessence of this entire show. This is the entire show boiled down. It's like compressed.
It's a fucking crescendo. Let's get to it.
Oh my God.
Or issues, then you're going to have some of your own.
Wait,
Yeah,
back up a bit.
They're going to have some of their own, whether they look up to those men or not.
Oh, that's a lot, but okay.
World, then you might just survive. But if you've got someone whose view is massively skewed and massively influenced by their own inadequacies or issues, then you're going to have some of your own.
Yes, Reggie, actually, this is the wisest thing you have fucking said, Reggie. They should just tattoo that on your fucking forehead. I have issues, don't listen to me.
And this is why women's studies needs to be abolished. It needs to be abolished.
Not just renamed as gender studies. Actually, well, not abolished, just given to the theology wing. You know, that's where they belong.
The theologians are actually a little bit more sensible.
Well, because they know that they're just going on faith and that it's not actually a science.
Yeah, okay, all right, fair enough. If feminism,
it's a good place for them to die. It's a good elephant graveyard for feminism.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you're right. Feminism would die if it had to acknowledge that we're just a belief system. You don't have to believe us.
Oh my God. It's like he's like, if you pin your role models on people who are like obsessed with their own inadequacies and issues, right? What is feminism, Reggie? What is feminism but an obsessive focus on women's inadequacies and issues?
Okay, but the other thing is that all right, so you cannot actually acknowledge any issue. And once again, it just comes back to Reggie's worldview. Victimhood is women's role.
Yeah.
Ook. And he has the audacity to say that other people have the issues. Oh, people are going to think we're racist. But that is a reference to the fact that you're a fucking caveman, Reggie.
You're a chimpanzee.
Victimhood is not women's work.
Oh my God.
I'm not even a humanoid. I'm a panda.
It's so regressive.
I'll rip the shit out of you.
You're like... Oh God! It really is chimpanzee thinking. It really is fucking, because it isn't thinking. It's just going on it's going on old wetware. It's just old fucking outdated wetware. That's all it is.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like I said, he's telling the world that don't listen to men who have insecurities. Well, the guys who have insecurities, Reggie, are actually being honest about them. You had one brush up against you, and then you ran away screaming like a little girl.
Yeah, to your male privilege paradigm where...
Yeah, you ran away screaming because you actually acknowledged the fear of the rape accusation. For a moment, you felt that breath of cold air up your spine, and then you ran away screaming. You ran away screaming to Lori Penny and said, "Woman, function in your role for me." And then you smiled as she did.
Oh.
She portrayed that women have it worse, so Reggie doesn't have to feel that cold breath of possible victimhood.
And you didn't question it. You didn't question her. You didn't question, how do you know that these are men's rights activists? You didn't question, well, how do you know that these are members of the manosphere and not just trolls? You didn't question, well, what did you write? What did you write that offended people to the point where they would do this?
Well, why would you do that, Karen? I mean, that would be Reggie acknowledging Lori's personhood. Lori only exists as a something to make Reggie feel better about himself and make sure he doesn't have to acknowledge his vulnerabilities because women have it worse.
She's an appendage that he can stroke.
Yeah, that's like, and then he has the audacity to turn around and look at men who are recognizing their issues and problems and maybe have insecurities but are being honest about them, aren't running away and hiding behind a woman. You know, and he's to say, well, those men aren't going to be good role models. Why? Because they recognize men can be victims and you can't, Reggie? Because you're too much of a chicken shit, too.
Oh,
Jesus.
God.
It all comes together.
It does. He brought it all together at the end. His whole thesis.
Yeah, let's finish it off unless Mike has something to say.
Finish it. Finish him.
My worry is that there are a ton of young men who are desperately searching for something and are finding it in the manosphere, when in reality, what they actually need is they need a confidence boost, and they need someone to
Well, maybe they're finding a confidence boost in the manosphere, asshole.
show them have to be this way to be successful.
Uh-huh.
Okay, wait a second. Why don't they have confidence? Like, where did their confidence go? Perhaps, Reggie, it's all of the feminist, oh, you're the responsible for rape and domestic violence, and you're responsible for all the ills in the world. Might that not be where the confidence drain might be found?
No, I think he's, no, they just need Charles Atlas is what they need.
In any...
These men are weak. That's their problem. These men are weak. They should be stronger for the women because the women are weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think people are weak. Not just you, Reggie, all of you. You have a very skewed and cynical view of human nature. You think people are weak and stupid. I disagree with that. I think people are brilliant. If you just give them a fucking chance.
Well, if they give themselves a fucking chance. But he didn't open himself up to anything that anybody was saying that countered his little paradigm in this freaking entire thing.
So boys need confidence, and you feel like you're the one to give them, Reggie. Give it to them.
Well, okay. I will admit, if you want to feel like you matter, right? Have children or have a pet. And then you will feel like you matter because they are entirely dependent on you. And you know that you matter, right? And the fact that you matter forces you to gain confidence. Okay? So what he's saying here is that what young men need is to look at women as children or pets for whom these young men should feel responsible, at which point they will know that they matter, and then that will force them to become confident because they have the child or the pet who is dependent on them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Karen, and I want to add to it. It's interesting that it's coming down to confidence for Reggie, because another way of looking at confidence is a belief in your own agency. So everything comes back to maintaining that traditional role for women, or for not for women. Well, yeah, for women, but also for men. Reggie says that men's real problem is they just losing faith in their agency. They're losing faith in their agency. Well, yeah, because they're vulnerable to these issues.
Yeah, no, it's like, why would you have any faith in your agency if you can strive extremely hard? You can actually, and this actually happened at my daughter's graduation. No, my son's graduation. Not at the graduation ceremony, but the awards ceremony. When he was graduating grade 12, there was the two top students, right? And they were honored in this award ceremony. Both my kids got awards as well, but these two top students, one was a young woman, and she had a average across all of her courses of 97% or something like that, and she'd been involved in 3 different sort of student initiatives and, volunteering and organizing things and blah, blah, blah. right? Very, very, very busy, devoted, ambitious student, right? And she was not there to accept her award and the many scholarships that were announced that she had received, right? She had received, I don't know, like half a dozen scholarships. And she wasn't there because she was attending university. She had moved down into the States because she had gotten a full ride scholarship to the University of Notre Dame, right? And the other top student had an academic average across all of his courses for grade 12 of 100%. And he qualified for 3 scholarships, and he was going to attend the University of Alberta. And he was involved in more extracurricular stuff, too. And he was going to attend the University of Alberta.
Oh,
that would definitely.
Oops,
mute. Because.
Sorry about that, Karen. I muted you as soon as you started to echo. But that would definitely be sort of something that would put a damper on my confidence if I were a young man.
Well, honestly, you're the best student in the school. You're the absolute 100% best student in the school. Not just in terms of your marks, but also in terms of the clubs you joined, the committees you chaired, all of the, you were the president of the fucking yearbook committee and all of this other shit, right? And then did things outside of school, volunteering, and all of this stuff that this guy did. And he was absolutely, you could tell just talking to him, he was absolutely brilliant, right? And you get less than she does because she's got a vagina. Yeah.
That might make you feel a little unconfident.
Just maybe a little. But, like this is what young boys have to deal with, right? And on top of that, they get to be told that they're the root of all evil in the world. Woo!
But the real problem is, of course, that they lack confidence.
Yeah.
They lack confidence in this ideal of being omnipotent as men. And Reggie's going to tell us that that's the real problem that young men have.
And they lack confidence not because of feminism, but because of rouge.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's finish this off.
Particularly when it comes to women.
Oh, that was it. It's men lack confidence, particularly when it comes to women.
Yeah, because, women can't be cons.
Those are the only 6 words you need. It may seem like only a sentence fragment, but really we came in on the best possible 6 words.
Oh my God.
Particularly when it comes to women. It's a fucking documentary about the manosphere, and that's the final thought.
But really,
particularly when it comes to women. Yeah. Thank you,
so essentially,
you've been a peach. You really have.
Okay, so it essentially ends on that traditional gender role.
Yeah.
Men need confidence in relation to women. Because women, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Lori Penny complaining about her bullshit. That women don't need confidence in that sphere to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
and just have the confidence to ignore that shit. But men, they need confidence because it all comes down to a man's perception of his agency. You can see where Reggie's non-feminism comes from, is informed by, since he didn't identify as a feminist. Oh.
Yeah. He's certainly a traditionalist. So.
Yeah, he's certainly a traditionalist.
Fuck me.
Holy shit. That was like a waste of time. We watched a person go through a whole bunch of shit and learn nothing.
Yeah, no, it was like a startlingly like the CBC, the National Sunday Talk, where they had a panel on men's rights activists where they didn't invite a single men's rights activist. You remember that one where Barbara Kay's son, Jonathan Kay, was actually quite good in, defending our right to speak, our minds and stuff like that, but just really didn't have any clue about what we were about. No, it was, and at the very end, Wendy Mesley, the host, said, "Well, I'm not sure I learned anything." I wonder why you didn't.
Oh my fucking God! Well, Reggie, that was a picture of a man affirming his preconceptions.
2 feminists and a conservative to a panel discussion about men's rights activists.
And you didn't learn anything about them because you didn't have anyone representing them. Oh my fucking god. Jesus. Anyway, so it's like he learns nothing. He just basically affirms his own preconceptions about everything.
Yeah, no, every new bit of information he is presented, he says, well, but, yeah, but, okay, but.
But I don't see the world that way. I'm a man.
It doesn't fit into my paradigm, man.
It doesn't fit into my paradigm. Women weak, men strong.
You're chilling my juice, man. You're
chilling my buzz.
You're freaking trumping my jive.
It doesn't feel good in my man parts.
You're pushing my pineapple tree.
What?
What the fuck?
I thought frumping my jive was pretty out there, but what? Doctor?
It's a song from the 80s.
Okay, alright. Okay, well, it's getting pretty late where Mike is.
Oh my god, I've been on, this has been like 4 hours or some shit.
Yeah, it's
3.5. Yeah,
we finally defeated the BBC beast.
Oh my god.
We're at the tail end of this.
Yeah, we're not doing anything.
We're eyeing the products of the BBC's gestation of the manosphere.
We're not doing anything else until after Christmas.
What do you mean you're not doing? We're doing. Oh, you mean in terms of the Rantzerker? No.
Yes.
Nothing till after Christmas. But yeah, the BBC has had a good long digestion of the manosphere, and now we're staring at the road apples it's left behind.
Oh yeah, no, and they're putting out all kinds of methane. That's a greenhouse gas. I think we should punish them.
Oh yeah, I think I hear your partner there, Karen.
Yes, he's calling me. We need to go see about dinner, so.
Okay, so yeah, check out feedthebadger.com, and it's got all of the options to help us out so that we can fight back against the BBC beast.
Yeah, buy a card in honor of Reggie for fun.
Yeah, you can actually add additional people. If you want to buy a card in honor of Reggie, you can add that as Team Reggie.
Yeah, and then send him a little notification.
Yeah, just tweet at him. I donated to Honey Badger Brigade for you, Reggie, because I love you so much. Okay, anyway, good night, everybody.
Good luck.
Wow, holy shit. Say it again, Mike.
I said good luck and Godspeed.